Mei 2013. Rangkaian tur yang dilaksanakan pada 2014 hingga 2015 ini berhasil mengumpulkan penonton sebanyak 550.000 penonton di seluruh dunia. Twice Light by Twice. Konser global grup K-pop terbesar yang terakhir dimiliki oleh girl group Twice dalam konser yang bertajuk Twice Light dan Dreamy Day Japan Tour. Konser yang berlangsung pada tahun 2019 hingga 2020 ini berhasil dihadiri sekitar 470.000 penonton. Bahkan dalam 5 pertunjukan terakhir mereka di Jepang, diperkirakan sekitar 220.000 penggemar hadir menonton grup K-pop yang mempopulerkan lagu Like ini.
Yes, sudah 30 menit Belinda menemani kalian di Did You Know untuk membahas seputar festival dan juga konser musik. Tapi jangan pernah bosan-bosan ya untuk memberikan dan juga menyaksikan program Did You Know What Happened Around Us. Karena kita di setiap minggunya akan selalu memberikan informasi-informasi terbaru dan juga unik serta fakta-fakta yang belum kalian ketahui. Yes, kalau misalnya kalian penasaran kita mau mengulik apa lagi, kalian bisa request di Instagramnya UBTV Brawijaya, langsung aja ke kolom komentar. Nanti kita akan membahas nih apa aja yang ingin kalian tahu. Yes, kalau itu Belinda pamit undur diri. Jangan lupa terus selalu menyaksikan di channel hanya di UBTV, aktif dan kreatif. Bye-bye.
as it can be. Barely even friends, that somebody bends unexpectedly.
Just a little change, small to say the least, both a little scared, neither one prepared, beauty and the beast, ever just the same, ever a surprise.
When you remember me, if you remember me, I hope you see it's not the way I want it to be, or I'd be with you now. But wherever you go, my love goes with you. Keep on smiling, keep on shining, even though you know you wanna cry. I tried to love you, but looking in my eyes, you saw promises and lies. Too many times. When you remember me, if you remember me, I hope you see it's not the way I want it to be. Oh, I'd be with you now, but wherever you go, to be, or I'd be with you now. But wherever you go, my love goes with you. Oh, my love goes with you. There goes my heart beating, 'cause you are the reason I'm losing my sleep. Please come back now.
There goes my mind erasing, and you are the reason that I'm still breathing. I'm hopeless now.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Okay, thank you very much. So, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the UP Short Course Program 2024, Day 4. And I'm here, Asti, and I will be your moderator for these sessions. And today we will have a privilege also of hosting Johan Zhang, who will be sharing his expertise with us about research magic. Before we begin, I would like to invite Johan Zhang. Are you here?
Yes, hello, hi everyone.
Okay, so we are having Johan Jiang right now, and we will talk about research metrics. And before we begin, I'd like to remind everyone of a few guidelines. First, please keep your microphones mute during the presentations to minimize background noise. And we will have a question and answer session in the end of the presentations. So without further ado, I'd like to invite Johan Jiang to begin presentation. So the screen is yours, please.
Yeah, okay. So first of all, thank you so much everyone for joining. Let me change my background first. Okay, now it's good to go. So good afternoon, everyone. You're back with me. Thank you so much for joining this session. Thank you so much for the kind invitations, of course, from the committee. And yes, we are back here with me again. It's going to be about publishing. I do have a couple of sessions for today, again, with the hope of giving you insights, giving you knowledge, yeah, especially for you to prepare for your publication. Yeah. So for the first topic, we are going to go into I would say one of the most difficult topic when we talk about research publication, and that is in regards to research metrics. Yeah, what it means is that we're going to go and try to understand multiple metrics that of course will be very important for us as researchers to understand, because these metrics will guide us in strategizing for the next publication, for strategizing for our career as well. Even for institution, it's very important for institution to understand research metrics, because later on it can help to monitor and to also evaluate multiple areas that can be improved by the institution. Yeah. Okay, so let me start sharing my screen. Okay, give me a moment, yeah. So let me open it first. Okay, here we go. Yeah, okay. So I believe you can see my screen, yeah. Now, again, as mentioned before, this is about research metrics, yeah. We are going to take a look into multiple metrics from journal side, from article side, from author's point of view. And again, we try to understand what all these numbers and all these metric means, how can it impact our process in publishing, and also for our career in the future. So in regards to research metrics, yeah, we need to understand. I have this one quote from William Bruce Cameron: "Not everything that counts can be counted, and not everything that can be counted counts." What it means is that we as researchers, we need to understand that there are things that need to be counted, yeah, and these things can count for something else. Yeah, will mean something for our career, yeah, for the institutions and all, right? So now, it also means that something is to be measured. Many things need to be measured, yeah. Or else, when we publish our publication, yeah, we don't know whether the publication matters. We don't know how to choose the right publication outlet. Yeah, we will have a very difficult time to understand what's where we are right now in our career. So there are so many things that can bring benefits, yeah, when we have this when we put serious emphasis on on research metrics. Now, for metrics approach, what it means is that when we want to understand the whole ecosystem, the whole research publication process, based on metrics, we cannot just use a single metric. And that is the very wrong approach from our perspective. We need to use multiple metrics, plus we need to use common sense as well. So for instance, if I tell you right now that, okay, let me share one data. Indonesia, just maybe most of you are coming from Indonesia, is the highest, right now is the largest producer of research publication, of research publications, academic documents in Southeast Asia. Okay, that's currently, that's what the current situation is. That is one metrics. But if we dig deeper into the metrics, Indonesia is actually not the largest producer of research output if we only take a look at articles. So if we look at the whole types of documents like articles, conference papers, books, and so on, yes, Indonesia is the largest in Southeast Asia. But if we only look at articles, then it's Indonesia is not the largest. Okay, and then if we go deeper, let's say Q1 and Q, then again, Indonesia is not the largest. So that's only if you look at from the output point of view. Then we have to look at from another point of view, like quality, like citation counts, and then maybe field-weighted citation impact, and there's so many other metrics. So what I'm trying to say is that when we want to say a certain message, we have to be very well aware that we need to use multiple metrics to support our argument. Now, metrics can be very useful to for us to make decision. However, from our point of view, decision should be based on quantitative and qualitative input. So all these metrics that I'm going to show you, they are all quantitative. You can see the number. There's a reason why that number exists. However, every decision, whether it's, let's say, about tenure, position, or let's say the increase of for job promotion and all, it has to be a combination of quantitative and qualitative input. Including later on when we see quality of a journal, we can see it from quantitative point of view. But to say that a journal is predatory or not in nature, we have to also take a look at qualitative data as well. Now, we should always use at least 2 metrics. If it can be more, that will be much better. And then every single metrics needs to be open, transparent, valid, and replicable. So we believe in the transparent metrics. If, let's say, we create a certain metrics, let's say Elsevier create site score, that's our metrics. We have to tell people the formula, how we count the site score of a journal. So that's our approach. It has to be open, it has to be transparent. That number that we see, there needs to be reason why that number exists. And if possible, we put the formula out there, and if you count using the same formula, you will get the same result, right? And then definition should be owned by the community, meaning that for metrics provider, we definitely can create metrics, but what it means, the definition of that metric should be approved also by the community. Everybody needs to agree that yes, we can use that metrics because that metrics is open, valid, transparent, replicable, and so on. And lastly, we need to trust the metrics. There cannot be, well, of course, there can be discussions about metrics, but in the end, we have to agree to use certain metrics for multiple evaluation that we want to make. If I want to say a journal is at high quality, it's Q1 journal, Q2 journals, then we need to agree, what sort of definition and what sort of formula that we use to determine whether a journal is Q1 or Q2 and so on. So that's something that this is the approach that we believe needs to be strongly upheld by academic community. If not, then everybody will run on their own. Everybody will have their own definition. Nobody can come into a conclusion, and we cannot have agreement on how to move forward using metrics that we already okay with. Yeah. Okay. So there are some basic research for metrics, and for research metrics, we have to categorize based on researchers and institution. That's one group. We have articles, that's another group, and then we have journals. Yeah. Actually, there are more than this, but I'm not going to share everything, because when I share everything, it's going to be very, very lengthy talk. I want to focus more on the foundational metrics for researchers, articles, and journals. Now, when we look at researchers and also institutions, we can look at output, we can look at citation, and also H-index. More than this, there are also FWCI, if you're familiar. It's called Field Weighted Citation Impact. There's also policy impact. There's also few media impact, and so on, and impact to SDGs, and so many others. Okay, so actually in researchers and institutions, we can have still so many other metrics, but again, we are going to cover only some of the most well-known and important metrics. Okay, that's for that part, researcher and institution. Another category is articles. So under articles, luckily we do have what we call as PLUM-X metrics that try to see the value or the impact of a research article published in an academic journal based on the usage, captures, mention, social media mention, and citations. I'm going to show you this later. And for journals, for us in Scopus, what we use CiteScore, Schemago Journal Right for SGR, and also source normalized impact per paper or SNP, which again, I'm going to show you later. So let's go first to researcher and institution. The first metrics for researcher and institution consists of output. Now, when I say output, it's not necessarily mean only articles, or articles and conferences. There are so many types of output. A single researcher can produce all of this. A single researcher can produce articles, review paper, reports. There's even a possibility to create source code, thesis, presentation, figures, and so on. As long as what these researchers produce already peer-reviewed, then it can be part of scholarly output. So a single researcher can have multiple output. That's the golden rule here. Next is citation. We all know, hopefully we all know what is citation. It's a very quantitative way to analyze the impact of our publication. It's based on number of times each document that we as researcher produce has been cited in a certain period of time. So for instance, let's say researcher A has 100 citations, researcher B has 300 citations over a certain period of time. And lastly, we also have H-index. So for H-index it's a balance actually between output and citation. It's a good way to try to understand the impact, not just based on number of output or number of citation, but also the balance between both. As you can see on the right side, the H-index means the number of articles, that and then divided by number of citations. So for example, H-index of 8 means that at least 8 articles have received at least 8 citations. So that's a common thing that we use. So we can use H-index, we can use citations, we can use output. Now what I'm going to show you is I'm going to switch into, let me stop my screen share, and I'm going to show you where you can find this information. We've take a look at this, I think yesterday. We've seen this, and let me remind you that we can see the metrics in Scopus. So if I open my Scopus, so this is scopus.com. And then, yeah, okay. So this is scopus.com. So if I go to authors and I type author name, yeah, okay, let's use Mr. Raymond again, and then click search, and I go over here, then immediately you will be able to see that this is Raymond Tan, yeah, from this university, and then you can see the metrics that I just mentioned, right? First, we have the citation, 14,000 plus. We have total number of documents and also each index, yeah. And the good thing is for researcher, we provide an in-depth view of all of this. Yeah, so if a researcher wants to take a look at all the documents published, yes, you can. You want to look at citation, it's possible. You want to look at the history of the H index, that's also possible. Yeah, so we do provide this with all the historical view because the point is, again, it needs to be transparent. So if somebody is asking, okay, Mr. Raymond published 500 plus documents, can I see the evidence? Then of course you can see the evidence available over here. If you want to download, that's possible. Yeah. Okay. Mr. Raymond received 14,000 citations. Can I see it? Yes, you can. So you can go to citations and then you can download later on. Yeah. So again, these are some very basic metrics. Yeah. But the point is we are trying to make it as transparent as possible. Yeah. This can impact the institution later on. Yeah. So if we go to certain institutions and open it, you will see the total scholarly output, you will see citations also, yeah, and that come from all these researchers from the same institution. Yeah. Okay, let me go back to the slide. Yeah. Okay. Now, the next one is articles. The good thing about articles is in Scopus, yeah, we try to make sure that every single articles, yeah, we can see the development of this article, all the data, not just how many times the articles have been downloaded, but all of this captured in one big matrix called PlumX. So under PlumX, you can see usage. Yeah, usage means the number of clicks, number of downloads, views, yeah, and so on. You can see captures. So for captures is number of bookmarks, yeah, favorites, readers, and so on. You can also see mention. Yeah, so mention is mentioned in blog, in comments, in reviews, in even Wikipedia. Yeah, and we split mention with social media mention. Yeah, specifically for social media mention, this is more when the article is being shared through link in Instagram, for instance, yeah, or even in TikTok and so on. That will be part of social media mention. And lastly, for, of course, total number of citations received by that article. Yeah. So every article in Scopus will have this. Yeah, we have each of this. The number might be 0. That's very possible. Let's say if this is a very new article, yeah, published just last month, maybe you will see usage still 0, mention still 0, maybe capture 1 and all. But then it's unlimited, meaning that old articles can have, I don't know, let's say 10,000 downloads, yeah, maybe 5,000 bookmarks, yeah, 300 citations and so on. Yeah, so we try to make this available for every document. Yeah, so again, let me go back to Scopus to show you. I will open the document first, so you don't have to see me clicking so many things. Yeah, so let me search for a document. And I'll share with you, yeah, once the result is out. Give me couple of seconds, yeah. Okay, so let me share my screen again. Okay, yeah. So I already opened one document. This is in Scopus. Yeah, okay. Now, this is the name of the document. It's a very old article published in 1986. Yeah, so it's a very old article. And then if we just scroll down, you will see we make the metrics available. So this is metrics for articles. Yeah, so if I click this one, then you will see we provide citations, right? 23,000 citations, and then views. Yeah, and then this is the PlumX metrics. Yeah, we have the readers, mentions. Right now, there's a new metrics also for policy citation. Yeah, number of citation, number of share, and so on. Yeah, so this will tell you how good is an article. Based on multiple metrics that we provide. And if you want to look more details, then we can click over here to see to view the PlumX details. Yeah. So yeah, we make this available, but this one is for a subscriber. Yeah, but other than this, if you go to Science Direct, that's also possible. Click on any article. If you view it, then you will see articles including article metrics, including PlumX as well. Yeah, from that, you can make some sort of comparison. Yeah. Okay. Moving now to journals. Yeah. Okay. So for journals, for us in Scopus, we use 3 types of metrics, yeah, to evaluate quality of journal. We have site score, SGR, and SNP. Now, site score, SGR, and SNP, these are name of formula. Yeah. So formulas like site score, it's created by Elsevier. SGR is created by Schimago Lab in Spain, and SNP is created by University of Leiden in the Netherlands. Now, 3 of us, we don't fight with each other. Yeah, we are not competitors. We provide metrics, yeah, for journals. Okay, we have different way of calculating what we call as quality journals. Yeah, we use different formula, and then based on our formula, then we can provide certain number which will tell you the quality of that journal. So if you're familiar with Q1 until Q4 in Scopus, yeah, Q1 until Q4 in Scopus is determined by this formula. Yeah. So Q1 again, yeah, Q1 until Q4, all the quartile is based on formula like site score, SGR, and SNP. However, it's not combined. Yeah. So a journal can be Q1 based on site score, but can be Q2 based on SGR, yeah, or the other way around. Yeah, let's say a journal can be Q1 based on SNP, and can also be Q1, let's say, based on site score, but can be Q2 based on SGR. That's also possible. Yep. So we need to first set an understanding if we want to look at quartile of a journal. Yeah, what base are we using? Are we using site score, SGR, or SNP? Yeah, and all these metrics, of course, available in Scopus.com. So let me explain each of this, yeah, without going too much into the details, yeah, especially for SGR and SNP. Okay, so site score. Site score is a very simple formula. Yeah, it calculates number of citation received in a calendar year by the article. Oh, sorry, by the journal. Yeah, by the journal. And then divided by number of documents over a period of 4 years. Yeah, so that's site score. It's very simple. So citation and then number of documents. Yeah, like for instance, this is an old data. So total number of citations and then total number of documents, you get site score. Now, what we do here is we calculate every single journal based on their subject area. So let's say subject area of medicine. Okay, let's say we have 100 journal in medicine. Okay, now we calculate site score for every single journal in medicine. Now, based on the calculation, then we will get the number for each journal, and then we rank those numbers. What will happen is the 25%, the highest number, then belongs to Q1. Yeah, and then we have Q2 and so on. Yeah, so that's the idea. Now we don't compare journal in medicine with, let's say, journal in engineering, because you will have a very different nature in citation. Yeah, we cannot compare a journal in psychology with, let's say, agriculture. Yeah, so every single journal, they will only quote unquote compete, yeah, with journal that belongs to the same category. Yeah, that is the idea behind CiteScore. Okay, it's simple, but it's also based on your subject area. Okay, now we have SGR and SNP. I'm not going to go into the formula because it's very complicated. You can go to the website of SGR and SNP. Both of this very complicated, but the idea is quite similar. Yeah. So for SGR, SGR believes that not all citations are equal. Yeah. So the way it works is they look at the nature of citation. Yeah? They look at the nature of citations from that field. For instance, engineering will have much easier time to get cited, and much easier, more citations can come for engineering compared to, let's say, law, yeah, or education. Yeah. So because of that, engineering will have their own grouping. Law will also have their own grouping, yeah, and all. And then they try to normalize. Yeah, they normalize all of these multiple subject areas, and then they have their average value. The average value is 1.0. If you can get your journal above 1.0, that means that you are above the global standard for every single journals already indexed by Scopus. Yeah, again, it's very abstract, I know, but hopefully you can follow it. Yeah, later we will see the sample. Yeah, that's SGR. Now SNP works quite similar with SGR, but what they have, there is one of the uniqueness about SNP is they have citation potential. Yeah, so they also look at journals that have different nature. Psychology cannot be compared with agriculture and so on. They also have the same understanding, right? However, they also have what they call a citation potential. Yeah, or expected citation per publication. So they have a database, a huge database that can tell you, let's say, journal in agriculture most likely will get X number of citations. In psychology, another X number of citations, right? And based on that, then they normalize it, and they have 1.0, same with SGR, as the average value. Same, if you can get higher than that, that means you are above the standard. So there's an additional element of citation potential. I don't remember the data of citation potential for every subject area. You can go to SNP website and look at it. Yeah. Okay. So let me share. Yeah. So if you go to Scopus, you go to sources, find a journal. Okay. So let's use this journal as a sample. Yeah. Okay, find sources. Yeah. So in Scopus, we use CiteScore. Yeah, okay. So over here, you can see this is Journal of Criminal Production, one of the famous journal from Elsevier. And then we provide CiteScore, SGR, and SNP. Yeah. So this is the CiteScore. SGR is above 1.0. SNP is also above 1.0. Yeah. Now, we don't really go deep into SGR and SNP because these are two different companies, yeah, different organizations. You can go to their website, but they do provide the numbers and we put it here. But we do have a very detailed breakdown of CiteScore. Yeah, so this 18.5, yeah, actually comes from this. Yeah, so you can see CiteScore 2022, which count from 2019 to 2022. Yeah, and then this is the numbers of citation that this journal received, and then this is the number of documents. Yeah, we also have the tracker, yeah, of CiteScore. So we update this monthly. Last time was April, 5th of April, yeah. And this is what happened in 2023 as of April. Yeah, so we update this on monthly basis. Yeah, that's the good thing about SiteScore. We update SiteScore on monthly basis, so we can have an understanding whether the journal will increase, will be much better this year compared to last year. Yeah, because if you look here, this is the SiteScore in 2022, 18.5 with 351,000 citation. But this time, till April, it's already 20.3 with almost 400,000 citations. Yeah, so the quality of this journal is actually increasing. Yeah, and we put different ranking, right, based on the journal subject area. So this journal covers strategy and management, ranking 4 out of 473. Yeah, environmental science, engineering, and energy. Yeah, so it makes it easier to trust a journal, and we can say that this journal is good, it has had a good quality because we do provide this whole metrics for journal. Yeah, okay. So yeah, that's about journal metrics. Yeah, so journal metrics, again, we have SiteScore, yeah, we have SGR, and also we have SNP. Yeah, and again, to remind everyone that when you say I want to publish in Q2 journal or Q4 journal, yeah, please have a clear, yeah, mention, are you base it on SiteScore, base it on SGR, or base it on SNP? Yeah, there is a potential that Q1 for this journal in SiteScore can be different based on SGR and SNP. Yeah, for us in Scopus, we use SiteScore because it's updated monthly. Meanwhile, for SGR and SNP, they update their metrics on yearly basis. That's why there can be a difference. Yeah. Okay. So we cover, yeah, research metrics, all the foundational metrics that we need to understand for researcher, for articles, and also for journals. Yeah. Again, I would say that this is just a foundational understanding. We do have more metrics available, and for Elsevier, we do provide this. Yeah, it's a free, yeah, you can call it like an ebook. Yeah, it's a free ebook if you want to really understand research metrics. You want to take a look at the formula. Yeah, you want to see more research metrics available. Yeah, so this is available in our website. Yeah, just type in research metrics book from Elsevier, then you will get it, and you can freely download the book itself. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. Feel free to ask if you have any questions or inquiries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Johan Jang, for the very enlightening presentation, and it's quite interesting because not all of the people know how to read the research metric, and it is quite new informations and knowledge for me also. So as I promised to you all, and right now we will have Q&A sessions. We will conduct it for 15 minutes, and maybe we will have 3 questions in the first session. Maybe if there is a question, please use your raise hand features, or maybe you could write down in the chat box. Is there any questions from all the? So we're waiting for the question. Maybe we'll ask a question to you, Johan. So currently, as maybe, I don't know, maybe in other countries, but in Indonesia, especially in Indonesia, we have a very significant concern regarding the research metric. So every publication should be have a high impact or something like that. So it's quite a pressure for us, for a researcher, to have to publish our publications in some what we call is accredited journal or something like that. So if you could humbly tell us, so what is the significantly influences the increase or decrease the research metric, for example, for the institution or publications?
Yeah. Okay. So based on our data, I've seen the data of Indonesia and other countries as well. multiple institutions, we come into a conclusion that for research to be more impactful, of course, the first thing first, the most important thing is to select the right journal. Yeah, that is the very defining factor. Like it or not every journal have a lot of readership, right? So we need that readership, because when the journal have a lot of readership, then there's a high chance that our paper will get cited, right? That's the first step. Now, good thing is in Scopus, even without subscription, you can look at the journal, and there's even a metrics, yeah, showing you how many articles being cited from percentage point of view. Let's say one journal has 90% article from these journals being actually cited. That will tell us that, okay, this is a very good journal. There's a 90% chance that if I publish here, I will get citation, right? Okay, that's one. But other than that, other than choosing the journal, second would be international collaboration. Yeah. International collaborations will likely increase potential for citation, simply because, yeah, when we collaborate with so many other countries, right? At least researchers that we collaborate will tell other researchers that, hey, I already published this research with my colleague in Malaysia, with Vietnam, and so on, right? So it spread the word of mouth. Yeah, and usually international collaborative research will cover much larger topic. Yeah, it will gain more interest. That's also another thing that we see. Every time we open an institution's profile, yeah, even including Brawijaya, for instance, every time there's an international collaboration, your citations increase significantly. The impact of citation also increase. Another thing, the third recommendation, and this one is it's a bit difficult, yeah, but it's also collaboration, but with corporate. Yeah, academic corporate collaboration can have such significant impact, yeah, from citation point of view. Simply because when we collaborate with corporate, there is a very high chance that the corporate itself can make something out of our research article. It can be a product, it can be a strategy that they implement. It can be, they can easily help us to advertise it. There's so many things that corporations can also help academic communities. So that's also when we open our data, every time we see, oh, this university have X number of academic and corporate collaboration, the number of citations can be huge, yeah, compared to only academic and academic. Yeah.
Thank you very much. That's very interesting. So we know how to increase the citation, for example. So here we also have a questions from Makia and Faiz, and also we have also questions from Mamala. And the first questions from Makia. So he asks for, he or she, I don't know, but they please show the subscribe section on Elsevier to be able to submit open access.
Oh,
So there's a questions.
submit articles, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
let
think
me.
that's.
Okay, let me open it first. So if you want to see all the journals, yeah, you can go to scopus.com, yeah, and then click sources. Okay, just click sources. You will be directed here. This is the list of journals, conferences, all indexed by Scopus. If you want open access only, you can click this one, display only open access journal. Yeah, you can click apply. Then this is open access journal. Yeah, we have 7,000 plus. Okay. Another thing is you need to either type in the title, or you can choose subject area, publisher, or even ISSN. Yeah. So based on this, just click on the journal that you want. Yeah. For instance, I just randomly click this journal. Yeah. And then you can see all the site score, SGR, and all. But if you want to subscribe to, if you want to publish in this journal, you need to go to the website. Yeah. But you can just copy paste this, and then you can go to the website. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Johan.
Okay, thank you, and Makia and Johan Jang for the explanation. So let's move to the second question from Faiz. Would you like to ask yourself, or maybe I need from me, Faiz?
Sure. I just wanted to ask, how does Scopus combat against fraudulent actions such as fake mentions, bookmarks, downloads? Because we know AI and bots and all of that. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. So we combat it based on the metric itself. Yeah. For instance, right now we're working on so many things. Yeah, try to combat AI, fake downloads, and so on. For downloads, yeah, for instance, for downloads, every single subscriber, including like Brawijaya, for instance, yeah, for Science Direct, we make sure that the library, usually library will be the one to subscribe. Yeah, they will know the number of downloads every single month. They will know that, let's say, oh, we have 1,000 or 10,000 downloads and so on. But we have a system that will tell the library if, let's say, suddenly there's a huge increase in number of downloads in a very short time. Yeah, let's say in 10 minutes, suddenly you have 1,000 downloads. Yeah. Meanwhile, usually you will only have 2-3 downloads per 10 minutes. So that's something that will trigger the system. And then the library will get notifications and there is something weird happening. And then you have to investigate. Yeah, that is to make sure that downloads, yes, everybody can download, but it cannot be downloaded by a robot, for instance. Yeah, that's for download. But for other things, let's say citation, we have a system actually to see whether the citation is organic or not. Yeah. So in Elsevier, we have what we call as radar. Yeah, it's behind the scene. Yeah, you cannot see radar. Yeah, so radar is something that we put in place to ensure that citations received by journals are as organic as possible. So if, let's say, a journal asking every single researchers to cite their journals, yeah, in order for their articles to get published. And then what radar found is that, okay, for this journal, yes, this journal received 10,000 citation, but it only comes from every single researchers that publish in their journal. That will raise an alarm in our system. There's something weird. Yeah. Or this journal received 10,000 citation, but only coming from, but let's say 80% of their citations only coming from 20 researchers. Maybe something need to be looked at here. Yeah. So what will happen then after that is we can discontinue the journal if we found out that citations received, yeah, is not organic. Yeah. So that's what we do. So yeah, I think based on the metrics, we do something behind the scene to make sure that the quality of journals, quality of articles, and so on will be as high as possible. Yeah, there's a if let's for article retraction right now is a big issue as well. So we found out then that researchers conduct unethical practices in publishing. Yeah, then our job as the publisher of that article, we have to retract the article. Yeah, maybe yes, we cannot do it before because we might not know it beforehand. But once there's a case, then there's a high potential we can retract the paper. Yeah, so hopefully that answered the question.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, then we also have a last question from the Lord John Mamala. Would you like to ask yourself, or should I read from the chat box?
Hello.
Okay.
Good afternoon. So, how can we identify if Scopus citation is legitimate?
Yeah, okay. I think that's a very good question, yeah, because, yeah, to be honest, for us, because we don't have the technology, right? We are users, we are researchers. So Scopus citations, we have to look at it as real citation. Yeah. What I mean is that when you look at a certain article and then it gets a lot of citations, then we have to believe in that number, yeah, until that number is proven wrong. Yeah, that is the best that we can do right now, yeah, to be honest, because we definitely will investigate if something is weird. Yeah, what we hope is that we live in an ideal situation in which researchers, everybody in the research community, we trust each other, because research needs to be built on trust. I cannot, let's say you do a research and then you do survey. You give me the average, the mean of the survey, you give me all the data, all the survey results, right? And you present it in a table format and so on. I have to believe that you really done the research. You really ask people the question. But because if I don't do that, I will ask you all the details about your research, about your survey, as if I don't believe you. Now, that is not the way research is supposed to be. Yeah. The problem is, yes, right now we do have unethical researchers, yeah, that try to break so many, so many, I wouldn't say rules, yeah, but the natural way research should work, and that is very unfortunate. Yeah. So the best we can do right now is we have like police to make sure that this will not happen again in the future. Yeah, but will new technology coming in and we know more in the future, maybe, yeah, that's something that, yeah, still in discussions, and hopefully if we can make that happen, that would be fantastic.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, maybe we will have a last questions, Johan. So there's
Yes,
a
sure.
Dorothy Ferrari.
Yeah.
Please, you will ask.
Hi, ma'am. Yes.
Hi, thank you very much for your presentation. I'm quite new with Indonesian higher education, but I noticed that many practices where I don't think it's right, and one of the example is when supervisor requests their names to be added in the student's article and then publish it, and as a result, a lecturer can publish like 100-something articles within a year, because of this. What do you think about that? And also, is there any kind of like radar or alert in Elsevier when an academic produce so many articles within a short period of time? Is there any like trigger like, oh, this is questionable? What should we do about it? Thank you very much.
Yeah, sure. Okay. So maybe the second the second question first. Yes, of course, we do. Yeah, it's a very simple metrics. It's a graph of number of articles published, right? It's very simple. Everybody can see it. So of course, when let's say a researcher last year published 5 articles, suddenly this year published almost 100 articles, of course, everybody can see and question what happened, right? Unless that is unless that these researchers really is consistently publishing a large number of research. Yeah, of course we cannot stop. Yeah, but what we do here is then we try to break the authorship position. So if, let's say, a researcher really do publish 100 articles consistently every single year, then we have to take a look whether these researchers publish as the first author or only as co-author. Then when we found out that, let's say, 90% of the articles published by this author only as co-authors, we leave it to the institution, to public, to decide on their own what actually happened. Because it's not in our domain to ask the researchers. We cannot do that, right? It's like, we are not like a police that go to research and ask, okay, this doesn't make sense, right? But the metrics is out there. So it depends whether the institutions want to take certain action or leave it be, okay? Because our job is not to make policy. Yeah, our job is to show you the data. Yeah, to show everyone the data and let the community decide what to do. If there's a punishment, if you want to retract the paper and so on, that is something that the institution or even at the country level need to communicate. On the first question, and from research ethic point of view, actually there is no rule that says lecturers cannot ask students to put names and then publish and so on. There's no like a rule against that. But yes, I can completely understand. What we provide is a recommendation that researchers, yeah, everybody, whether you're students, faculty members, and so on, as long as you contribute to that research, it's okay to ask your name to be co-author, but there needs to be a significant contribution. And we do provide lists of what we mean by significant contribution. If, let's say, the lecturer is only give the students signature, okay, I approve, and have nothing to do, no understanding of what is this research, that is actually unethical behavior to ask the student to put the name of the lecturer. But if the lecturers really do help, really do tell the students, okay, this is what you have to do, this is how you do it, blah, 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 right? That's fine, because it means that the lecturers do contribute to the study. Yeah. So yeah, we provide that recommendation, but it's up again to the institution, to the community, whether to follow that recommendations or not, because we cannot make the rules, basically. You know, we can only make recommendations. Okay, hopefully that answered your question.
Do you see now, Dorothy? Or you have another question? Okay. Okay, then, well, unfortunately, we are nearing the end of our session. So thank you very much, Johanjang, for the interesting, insightful presentations and information about the research metrics. And the next session will be moderated by my colleagues, UFV, with Professor Muhammad Hafiz, and we will coming back again with Johanjang in 2:45 p.m. Jakarta. So before that, we will have a short break. So thank you very much for Johanjang again and all the participants. So goodbye.
All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear my voice? Okay, great. Thank you very much for today's session. Let me introduce myself. My name is Evi Ningrum. I will be your moderator for today's sessions, and I hope it will be it's very exciting session because it is about ethic for research. Yeah, and today I would like to welcome our super speaker, Professor Dr. Muhammad Hafiz bin Muhammad Hanafia. Professor, are you in?
Yes, yes.
Salam, Professor.
Assalamualaikum.
Salam warahmatullah. It's been a countless blessing for us to have you as our super speaker today, and we are fortunate that we are be able to listen from the expert directly from you about the research. I would like to read the CV for our today's speaker, our session speaker. Professor, can the committee share the CV of our speaker? Thank you. Okay, Professor Muhammad Hafiz bin Muhammad Hanafia is professor in tourism economics, and he graduated from his doctoral degree in University of Mara, and he got his master degree in University of Malaya, Malaysia. And we can see from this CV, he has a lot of professional membership, including member of Standard Malaysian Sustainable Tourism Accommodations, and he also received academic excellence as a young professor, visiting professor, including one in our university, Universitas Brawijaya, and especially he is also an executive editor for Journal of Tourism, Hospitality and Culinary Arts in Malaysia. And he also a scientific committee for International Hospitality and Tourism Conference, Malaysia. He also has been served as journal reviewer with a lot of, I can say, a lot of international journal index, Scopus Index and WAS Index. So there's no doubt that his competence in talking about ethic and publication today will be very beneficial for us. So without further ado, Professor Muhammad Hafiz, the screen is yours. Do you want to share your PowerPoint?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it possible, or do I need
Yes.
to? Yeah, is it possible? Yeah. Okay, good,
Yes,
good.
it is possible.
Ya, baik, sebentar ya. Saya akan hantarkan sekarang.
I just want to add a little bit information. During this session, you may ask the question for the participant in a comment session. I will read it for you after the speaker finish the presentation. Thank you. Please, Prof, the time is yours.
Just a minute ya. Okay, should be okay. Can you see my screen or not? I think something's wrong. Yeah, let me try again.
Okay, now we can see.
Good.
Great.
Okay. Sorry ya for the technical issues. Hi everyone, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam siang, selamat petang ya kepada semua. Salam muhibah daripada saya Muhammad Hafiz Hanafia ya. First of all, I would like to just again reintroduce myself. I'm from Universitas Malang, specifically the Faculty of Hotel and Tourism Management, and I'm proud to share that just recently we have been ranked as top 100. I would say in top 100 QS World University ranking under the subject of hospitality, tourism, and leisure. So going straight away to today's sessions, yeah. I hope that my voice is clear, yeah. Okay. Today I'm going to talk something that is actually quite crucial, especially for a young researcher and also for a matured researcher. I mean, perhaps we have been doing research without an actual knowledge about the context of research and publication ethics. Yeah. And today I'm here on behalf of UITM and also on behalf of on behalf of the Research Ethics Committee of UITM. I am currently the Deputy Chairman of Research Ethics Committee of UITM, and my focus is on social science research. Well, going straight to the session's objective, yeah. Today, I really hope that based on my sharing, yeah, based on my experience, I would say exchange, I hope that it will increase your awareness about research ethics principles, and we try to connect between your research project and internationally recognized principles of research ethics. And last but not least is to share some guidance for schools and universities on research ethics procedures. Going to the opening or remarks of this particular topic, many might ask, what is actually research ethics? And is it similar with publication ethics? Well, if you look back on the process and the procedures of doing research, it must start with the proposals. Yeah? And in the proposals, the content of the proposal actually must involve the application of fundamentals ethical principles, yeah, from the problems or problems formulations towards the objective development, and especially on how actually you're going to design your method in order to answer the research question and achieve the research objective. And last but not least, after getting the approvals of research ethics, you're going to conduct the data collections according to the stipulated research ethics. You're going to, what we say, and utilize the data, yeah, according to the stipulated research ethics and publish the findings accordingly. So this is the element or the gist of what I'm going to share today. I really hope that every one of you could follow me step by step. And we are going to have a one-way sharing session. And perhaps later I'm going to also have some activities with you, which I really hope that some of you would participate and give some response on my activities. If you look on the context of ethical principles, the principles highlighted that there must be respect for persons and autonomy, meaning that when we conduct research, we need to respect our participant accordingly. And there must be any elements of beneficence and non-maleficence, yeah, and there must be justice of fair distribution of benefits, meaning that the study must actually contribute or must benefits the researcher, the participants, and also the universities. And there must the research conduct must follow through the trust, open, honest, and inclusive relationship. And last but not least, there must be fidelity and scientific integrity, which you must follow the highest standards of research methodology. Yeah. So this is based on Smith's 2000, and ethics in research must be practiced throughout the process or the steps of research, during the measurement, during the participant selections, research strategies and design, treatment of participant, data analysis, and reporting the results. And if you look here, there are a lot of reasons that lead to unethical behavior. And definitely one of the most, what we say, popular reasons are the ignorance. First of all, definitely when you join the university, research ethics were only taught as part of the syllabus in research methodology classes. And as you join the university as a lecturer, as a researcher, most of the time the university assumes that you have and you have basic understanding of what is research ethics through your experience in say finalizing your PhD studies. But then again, ethics have some concern within the range of whether knowing and practicing. Sometimes it's not easy to practice research ethics because sometimes you are not qualified. And usually by the time we go to the college or universities, our character is already shaped. And sometimes there are high expectation. So we teach students to become what we want. Especially in FIA, we teach students to become administrator because they are going to be someone who are going to be working with any organization or institution, but we don't teach ethics to make the student as an ethicist. So this is actually why ethics is considered as a minor element in any universities. But the problem is that without properly teaching our students and our researchers on research ethics, they might face some problems while finishing their assignment or research works. First, students usually doesn't understand how to cite properly. This is a very normal issues highlighted by undergraduate students, where they doesn't know where's the gray line, the thin line between quoting, citing, copy and paste, which actually leads to plagiarize. I would say, contents and also write up from other researchers, other sources. And there is no marks or I would say assessment on ethics practices. So and there are uncertain understanding on how much is considered as plagiarism. And sometimes it happens that students usually forget to include the source, or it's a simple negligence. And this is actually something that we need to rectify as soon as possible. And ethics in research actually do exist because there are many reasons why there should be research ethics. First, definitely we want to protect our participants, our patients, if we are actually using them as our respondents or informants, the society, the resources, and even we want to protect the researcher. We want to also to ensure accuracy of scientific knowledge, and we want to protect intellectual and other property rights, which is the outcome of our research activities. So when we talk about to protect the respondent, we want to protect them from harm. And we want to show some respect on privacy, confidentiality, and therefore, if you are doing something on highly risk research, you need to, or you are actually addressing the vulnerable group, which includes children, pregnant women, disabled person, indigenous community, you must get informed consent. And we are talking, and you can actually refer from this link, which actually most of the time, most of the sources that are available on research ethics are medical or health science related, because these are the field of studies that actually put more emphasis on research ethics as compared to other field of studies. And believe me or not, that in UiTM right now, we have followed the international guidelines where any studies done by our students or researchers must go through research ethics committee. And we also understand the context is different within this field of studies, and therefore we came up with this different level of research ethics application, where for if you are handling vulnerable groups, you are inserting some materials into the body of the patients. I mean, handling patients. Therefore, you are needed to submit your application for highly risk research, where you need to present your study to a group of experts, which is appointed as research ethics committee, and they will discuss the viability and the adherence of research ethics within your study context. But for social science researchers and students, most of the time our studies are more towards marketing research. Even though we actually have human participant, it is considered as minimal risk research. Yeah. So as compared to more than minimal risk research or highly risk research, minimal risk research also need to be applied, where the application will only be reviewed without any presentation. And if it is approved, the universities will issue an approval letter for you to continue for your data collections. And there are also studies that actually utilize, I mean, did not utilize human as their respondent or samples. Examples are like doing systematic literature review, I mean, doing innovations or dealing with machines. Yeah. And for this study, they are also encouraged to apply for minimal risk applications. Yeah. And they will be given an approval letter, meaning that the study has gone through the assessment of research ethics and they are endorsed as minimal risk. The reason why the universities encourage this type of what we say REC, research ethics application, is definitely to not only to protect the participant, the researcher, the university, but at the same time, it is currently a requirement. It is currently a requirement by many top publishers such as Elsevier, Emerald, Taylor and Francis, which actually needed the article that been submitted to acknowledge that if it is dealing with human participant, if it have gone through the necessary research ethics assessment. And most of the time, we encourage our students and our researchers who are keen to publish their papers to include the approval letter of REC as supplementary file to support the publication process. So the biggest issue is right now for social science are the vulnerable group. Sometimes, especially in pariwisata studies, we also actually did a study on, we also handles vulnerable groups such as children, pregnant ladies, disabled people, if you're doing study on disabled or accessible tourism. And besides that, we also we also do a lot of studies on indigenous community, which is orang asli. So these are considered as vulnerable group. So even though it's a social science studies, I mean, there's no penetrations to the body of the participants. I mean, there is no anything related to medical related or say studies, but still, if you are dealing with this group, vulnerable groups, you are considered doing more than minimal risk research, where you need to present your studies and defend your methodology. Okay. And definitely we need to make sure that what you are doing is actually accordance to the internationally accepted standards. What you are doing is actually beneficial to the university, to the researcher, and also to the participant. and it follows a rigorous methodology, yeah, which actually highlight the scientific validity of your studies. So there must be some sort of like inclusion and exclusion criteria that actually separate your unit of analysis, yeah, and the method must be stated clearly to make sure that there is something new that you actually could contribute to the body of knowledge, yeah. And there are also questions whether is it ethical to copy the methodology from a published paper. Frankly speaking, there is no problem with adaptation of methodology. But the most important thing is to adapt the current methods. Yeah? Because by adapting the current methods, you are going to produce a much newly knowledge, and which will be beneficial to the academia world, to the practitioners settings. Yeah, and most of the time we will try to assess whether the researcher are glossing the research method. We try to make sure that the researcher doesn't falsify, modify, or omit the data. Yeah, and we also encourage researcher to report errors. Yeah, and also be aware of conflict of interest, especially when you are funded by private entity. Yeah, and try to not using vague or you say informations. Yeah. And you need to keep the data and material for 5 years. This is for our archive, and especially not only for your data, also your application of your REC also will be kept for 5 years if things happens. Yeah, and data and material, we also encourage data and material to be shared. Though we are for in UITM, we also have this data bank to encourage sharing of data among researchers. Well, research ethics also actually, encourage our researchers not to present published papers on incomplete research. And we also highlight in terms of publication, there shouldn't be any duplication of publication and submission. This is totally wrong. And then avoid piecemeal publication. I mean, you should go with the highly ranked journals in order to get the benefits, the highest benefits of that particular publication. And it must go through independent reviewer in order to make sure that the research has been assessed accordingly. So we also want to protect our property right. I mean, citations, yeah, our writing and significant scientific contribution, and we need to make sure that the actual researchers receive the contributions. Yeah, and you need to make sure that if you want to include any names or to acknowledge any entity or organization, it must be through approval from these particular parties. And whenever somebody else's work is quoted a reference, yep, it should be made through the original author. This is where we highlight the issue of piracy versus plagiarism. I mean, if you are actually reading through from a recent study from 2023-2024 research, talking about the underpinning theory of Maslow hierarchy, talking about the underpinning theory of stimulus organism, SOR model, theory of planned behavior, theory of reason action, you actually must go straight to the original author. Yeah, example like service quality, you need to cite Parasuraman Zetmal 1975. Even though it is already outdated research, but these are the original author that actually created this model. Yeah, and acknowledgement must include the names of person who have. I mean, in research ethics, we encourage researcher to acknowledge anyone who actually assisted you in finalizing your research and paper. These people does not, I mean, their contribution does not warrant to be included as the co-author. I mean, it's not enough to be considered as co-author, but they actually contribute. You can put their name in the acknowledgement. Most of the time, for myself, I always acknowledge the grant, the funder, the university, and also most of the time, the students that actually assist in the, data collections, yeah, and also data analysis or reporting. Yeah, that will be the parties that will be acknowledged by my studies. The biggest issue with ethics is a breach of ethics, yeah, which actually will create a lot of scientific misconduct. First is fraud, plagiarism, piracy, or submitting and publishing papers to different journals. These are the normal issues that actually arise and is actually taking a toll towards the university image. Yeah, I mean there are a lot of issues right now where paper has been what we call it retract. Yeah, paper's been retract. Especially the concern right now are papers that are published in highly ranked journals, Scopus Q1, JCR Q1, Q2, but they were retract because somebody found that data was fabricated. There's a lot of plagiarism, copying data, ideas, text without acknowledgement, piracy, which is infringement of a copyright. Yeah, and also there are also a lot of cases where researchers submitting the same papers to different journals at the same time. Yeah, it is totally wrong. It is we consider it as scientific misconduct. And beside that, there are also cases where researchers submitting their research work for patent, yeah, for copyright, without informing their collaborators or funders. So this is also a totally wrong scientific misconduct that is currently happening a lot in the world, and it is starting. You can see it's starting to be seen in the ASEAN setting. Yeah, and there are also issues with boncengan gratis. Yeah, where we put names or contributors or researchers names that actually that does not contribute enough to the paper. Well, there are many ways of arguing about this, but then again, any papers that have been published must be written by people who actually contribute in the idea generations, in forming the research problem, coming up with the research question and objective, formulating the methods, conducting the data collection, conducting the data analysis, reporting the findings, and also the one who actually summarize the research finding and write it in accordance to the journal's format and submit the paper to the publisher, and at the same time the one who actually making sure to attend the reviewer comments, doing the corrections, submitting the corrections, and also finalizing the photo-ready paper. These are the people who actually should be considered as your author. Other than that, they are not supposed to be in the authorships list. But then, if still you think that they have contributed, you could actually include their names in the acknowledgement sections. Yeah. Sometimes there are also outliers. We manipulate the data. Yeah, this thing happen, especially among undergraduate and S2, yeah, S3, yeah, using S2 and S3, which is masters and PhD students. Sometimes they use inappropriate statistical technique to enhance their research outcome and output. Yeah, so this is something new, and bypassing the peer review process. And reporting your result in any conference without getting approval from your research ethics committee. And right now today, another concern is the usage of artificial intelligence in doing research. We need to understand that artificial intelligence have been acknowledged by many researchers as an assistance towards doing research and also writing their papers. Perhaps that's the reason why even publishers right now have acknowledged that AI can be used as to improve the readability of your paper. But then researchers who use AI to improve the paper quality must acknowledge the usage of AI in their acknowledgement section. Yeah, that will be, maybe perhaps there will be question on AI later soon. And Yeah, there are also issues where researchers doing a review of literature but fails to acknowledge prominent researchers within the study setting. Yeah, it happens. Sometimes they also stretching the outcome of any grant application in order to convince the assessor, yeah, that the proposal is going to make significant contribution. And sometimes they give some same research project to two graduate students in order to see who can do it fastest. I'm listing things that actually happen, yeah, and been recorded, yeah, which actually is a concern for scientific misconduct. There are also issues with principal investigator who are overworking, neglecting, or exploiting our research students. Sometimes research ethics also highlight the issues of reviewer when they make comments on papers or proposal when they are appointed as assessor. There are a lot of issues with derogatory comments and personal attacks. That's the reason why it is favorable to have blind review where the reviewer doesn't know whose paper are they reviewing. Yep. And it's a vice versa where the researcher doesn't know who are reviewing your paper. And there are also issues happening, in fact, in my university, where even though the proposal has gone through the research ethics committee, receiving the approval and everything, somehow there are studies that actually deviates from what it has proposed to the REC, and they modify their methodology and change it without informing the REC, which is actually totally wrong. Yeah, and if it's caught, they can be penalized, dikenakan tindakan tata tertib. Yeah. There are also cases where they're not reporting an adverse event in human research experiment. Any side effects must be reported. Wasting animal research also happen. I mean, they sometimes animals were killed without proper reasoning. Exposing students and staff to biological risks. Yeah, I mean, you can see a lot of cases, especially in product testing. Yeah, clinical trials. It happened. And in publication, rejecting a manuscript for publication without even reading it is also considered as scientific misconduct. Yep. Sabotaging someone's works, yeah, it happened, yeah, especially in grant application. Rigging an experiment so you know how it will turn out. Yeah, it happened even in social science. I've seen students who are very worried when they have to reject hypotheses. And what do? Is they keep on manipulating the research data in order to make sure that the hypothesis is accepted, to making sure the regression analysis or the path analysis is significant. So this is totally wrong, yeah. And sometimes this is normal. I mean, you can see cases in the US where a lot of vaccines or products, medical product have been deliberately oversell, yeah, in order to obtain the economic benefits. Yeah. So again, I would like to say that in research, lying, cheating, and stealing are totally wrong in any context. Yeah, lying to your informant, lying to your respondent, lying to your what we say co-authors, yeah, co-researchers, cheating in terms of plagiarism, like what we say stealing, yeah, copyrights, yeah. These are all things that you need to take into consideration. And if you are not sure or unsure whether you are doing it right or wrong, you can always refer to the seniors lecturers. But then again, I believe many universities right now have their own ERB, ethical resource body, or REC, Research Ethics Committee, that actually would allow you to understand better whether you are doing it right or wrong. So I'm going to share a few activities, 5 activities overall. You have to look on cases whether how does this case studies is considered as misconduct. So you see here, case study 1, a group of tourism researchers conducted a research on the awareness of green practices among glamping tourists. Their research was recognized as the best undergraduate research, and later they submitted to the same research paper to 2 different journals at the same time to see which journal published it first. This is wrong because it is unethical. And it distort the available evidence. It will give a false idea of the numbers of publication in the given area. and this is wasting of resources on the review of publication process. In fact, there are many publishers right now that have taken action where they blacklisted authors who did that. Yeah, so beware on that. The second case is on this where students are required to prepare a research proposal during their postgraduate program. And then Ranga is a person who developed the idea for his project and discussed with his classmate. However, several months later, he found that his idea has been submitted as a research proposal by his friend without his knowledge. So this is normal. I mean, sometimes, people taking your idea and make it. And they get benefits from your idea. So unethical because you didn't give credit to the person whose idea it is, and you didn't get some approval or from them to use it accordingly. Yeah. The next case study is 4 researchers decided to work together on a research project during a semester break. One of them went abroad during the semester and did not contribute at all to the research. The friends include all the 4 names in a presentation and made it as a scientific congress. So this is actually what we call bocengan gratis. So you need to make sure that people who actually contribute are acknowledged accordingly. The next case study will be on a group of postgraduate students plan a research project on the detection of service failure in glamping sites by observation. So they collected data without informing the owner and the tourists at the glamping site. So they just go there and they start observing what the tourists do, where the tourists stay, how do they stay, how do they behave and everything. So this is unethical as informed consent was not taken. So you need to, sometimes for infant, you need to inform the mothers, especially for the children, even if there is no particular advantage or disadvantage for the mother in doing so. It's a basic understanding that for children, you need to get the approval from the parents. Yeah? The last case study will be a group of researchers collected data from a group of tourists, with this time with their consent regarding their working hours and salary without regard to their motivation to travel outbound. Subsequently, the researchers gave the same data to another group who were in need of same data variables. So meaning that you did conduct the data collection accordingly, but you are sharing that the study data to other group of researcher. Yeah, and this is actually unethical because it violates the principle of confidentiality. Yeah, data can be used for a second purpose, but you cannot consider that because you didn't get informed consent to share. Unless you actually in the informed consent, the respondent agree to participate and to allow you to share their responses to other parties. Yeah, and yeah, there is a need for IRB, Institutional Review Board, where if your university doesn't have, there is a high chance that they will be developed. But if possible, please do encourage your top management to look on the possibility of having your own IRB. Yeah. And most of the time, if your university have medical faculties, they should have their own IRB. Because by having IRB or Research Ethics Committee, it allows the university to maintain ethical standards of practice in research, protect of subject, research workers, to provide reassurance to the public that the universities are practicing research according to international guidelines, and to protect the researchers from unjustified criticism, at the same time to take care or to maintain the university image within the public views. Yeah. So that is research ethics. And after doing research ethics, you are going definitely, after doing your research, definitely there is an urge among researchers to share the findings of their studies in reputable journals, yeah? Or presenting your papers in reputable conference. And so we came into the second part of the sharing session, which is the ethics in publications. So ethics in publication includes many elements, but the first and the foremost important part is ethics in authorship. Most research publications usually have multiple authors. Yeah, and these authors should have made a substantive contribution to the work. Usually, the authorship is according to the order of contribution, meaning the highest contributors should be the first author and follows by the least contributors. And you need to understand that each co-author may have distinct reason why they want to be in your paper. First is they want to be research goals mean they want to be known as an expert in that particular research area. And at the same time, because of publication, it allow them to achieve their KPIs and allow them to carry the career ladder. And beside that is for self-esteem and self-actualization, where by publishing in top journals actually reflects the quality of you of as a researcher, as an academia, at the same time to enhance your CVs. So you need to discuss back on this particular authorship, what we say, decision. But then again, there are actually general guidelines on how to align or to put in context who will be the authors of that particular studies. And choosing a journal also is also considered as a publication ethics. There are a lot of cases where most of our young researcher, they go for fast publication. So they didn't care whether that publication is high impact or not. As long as it is being published, I achieve my KPIs. At the same time, I can use my publication for my promotion. I don't care less. But in publication ethics, we pay attention to high impact versus specialty. You need to go with high impact journals. High impact journals means your paper will be read by people that actually are an expert in that particular research area. And you need to publish papers in specialty journals, meaning that journals that actually entertain your specific niche topic, rather than publishing in multidisciplinary journal. I'm not saying that multidisciplinary journals are not good, but it is not wise in terms of creating a perceived image of who you are. You want to be among the researchers within your research area, and you need to publish within that particular journals areas. Why do we go for high impact? Prestigious. Yes, that's true. I mean, you will be proud to have your papers been accepted by prestigious journal, because this prestigious journal has high standards. Their reviewing system is very critical. The papers has gone through multiple revision, and the quality has improved so much, and it also have what we say fans base. Yeah, most of these top journals have fan base globally, and it will allow the researchers to learn from your studies and allow them to cite your studies accordingly. And it may also open up new funding opportunities, because if you are proposing for a new research proposal, and definitely the assessor will look on the quality of research that you have done. So definitely there will be some sort like a value added marks that will be given to your proposal if you have a good track record of publication track records. Okay, and recently a lot of universities has considers journal impact factor as the quality criteria of assessing whether your publication is high or not. But then again, if you go with high impact, you need to understand that, yeah, it takes time to publish, because yeah, the revision is, I mean, there are multiple revisions happening, and it takes there is no what we say monetary rewards to the reviewer, so it takes time for them to respond. Sometimes you might divert your valuable resource of your grant on publication. Sometimes you have to pay. Yeah, I have to say that my suggestion to you is to avoid APC journals. I'm not saying that they're not good, but it is very costly. Yeah, and then there are many other cheaper option and free option for you to publish. Just a matter of time. Yeah, and usually one high impact paper often combines studies that could appear in multiple smaller papers. So that's the reason why high impact paper usually is highly cited. Yeah, yeah. So and definitely for most of the postgraduates institution around the world, yeah, especially I believe I can quote one example in Edinburgh. Most the students, the postgraduate students, are only allowed to read and cite papers from top journals, Q1 and Q2 journals, and they are not I'm not saying not allowed, but they shouldn't actually I would say refer to Q3 and Q4 journals. That actually allow the student to read recent emerging topics and understand the modern methodology. This is actually a good way of doing research. But then again, in order for them to read your paper, you need to publish in these journals. Students, higher profile publication may allow you, to get scholarship, to get postdocs, competitive grant and awards. But we need to understand that delayed publication actually may hamper your career progression. This is the pro and cons of high impact publications. And for postdoc, you need to have publication. Primary authorship is also critical, because if you want to apply for faculty position, you need to be the first author or the corresponding author. So this is actually things that you need to have a look in order to make sure that what you are doing will contribute to your career growth. And there are also dilemma among junior and senior faculty, because for the junior faculty, they look for promotion and tenure. They want to brand themselves. They want to get funding, and they want to demonstrate that they can lead research program. But for the senior faculty, they should actually go for larger research group and create international reputation, and go for continuity in research funding and collaboration in research. And I have to say that actually junior and senior can work together. They can actually scratch each other backs and receive the best of what they produce. But then again, this is where actually a good mentor-mentee program would actually allow research ethics to flourish in that particular research. Meaning that the senior faculty must actually have ample knowledge and practices of research ethics, and they actually can mentor the junior into becoming a much renowned and also respected and ethical researcher in their particular university. But then again, how do journals actually detect issues of plagiarism, data fraud, or any issues with your methodologies? Usually information can be received from reviewers or editors or even readers. I have one cases where the paper has been published by MDPI. The papers has been indexed by Scopus, but suddenly the editor received an email from a reader highlighting that there are some of the citations that were cited by the paper is not available, meaning that the citation is not there. It's not available in any sources. So when the editor checked, it seems that the editor found that the researcher, the authors, actually utilized ChatGPT, and the ChatGPT response actually produced a makeup references, a makeup citation, where the researcher doesn't actually check, but they just copy and paste and submit it for publication. So that is actually a big issue, where it costs the researcher to send what we say a show cause letter to the VC, to the deputy vice chancellor of research, to the editor, explaining what happened and what didn't happen. Unfortunately, I have no idea what happened to the paper, but it is still a big issues in the university. So usually what happens is that the paper will be withdrawn or retract from the publication. Some of the journal will ban the authors from publication. Some cases which is less serious, they will place the author on the watch list. So I can say that what I'm sharing is actually a combination, a compilation of many slides and papers articles, from research ethics setting, research ethics field, which I believe by sharing to you, which will allow you to be a much aware researcher, much informed researcher, at the same time to aspire to become a more ethical researcher. But we need to understand that no one is perfect, and the ethical issues are really black and white, meaning that there are many internal and external factors that may actually change the way how we act toward research and the way how ethical issues are taken care. Conflicts always happens, but then again, it goes back on, on authorships, on methodology, on findings, but it is how you manage it. This is actually how you could do that. And usually when you doubt, you can always solicit the opinion of a colleague. Definitely go with the highly ranked or seniors colleague, and you need to be open with your co-authors and the journals if you plan to publish in high impact journals. With that, I do believe that to become an ethical researcher, there is a need for you to learn, relearn, and unlearn. And this action must be taken as fast as you can. You need to start relearn, learn, and unlearn as things are moving very fast. Ethics in research and publication is actually one of the main agenda among the top management right now in many universities. And we need to understand that what we are doing right now would last quite a while. I mean, what you are published currently will stay there for many years, and we need to make sure that what we have published, what we have produced, is legit and also accordance to the international standards of doing research and publication. With that, I think that will be my end of my sharing, and I really love to hear any concern, any question from the participants. Back to you, moderator.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Muhammad Hafiz, for the excellent presentation about ethic publications. And now we open the session for discussion. Any of you may have a question for Prof. Hafiz? Okay. Yeah, there is one from Faiz Sufrihan for activity. Is it? No? This one is for Faiz. Do you have any question in the chat? No, Faiz? Yes, okay. Do you want to open your mic and ask for Prof. Hafiz yourself?
Okay. In the presentation, Professor provided 5 activities that were unethical. And I wanted to ask, in activity number 5, where the researchers gathered information from tourists and then shared them to fellow researchers, what if the information has been sanitized first before sharing it with the fellow researcher? Is that still unethical?
I'm trying to understand the question, meaning that you're referring to activity 5. Is it correct?
Yes, sir.
So meaning that you collected data where you actually received the consent from the respondent, and you did share that particular data to another researcher, but also by getting the consent from the respondent. Am I correct?
No.
No.
I mean, the tourist has consented to share the data to the researcher, and then the researcher sanitized the data before sharing it to fellow researchers. So removing any personal information and just providing what's necessary.
That's actually that's the great thin line there. I mean, first thing first, you did receive consent by the respondent to collect data and to use their data for research purposes, but you did not receive any consent from them to share their responses to what we say other researchers. But then again, what you did is that you actually eliminate any information that could track the data back to the respondent, which actually make the data anonymous. So frankly speaking, there is no issues with research ethics, but if you are planning to do the same thing in the future, you need to add another I would say consent statement saying that the respondent allow the research data to be shared to other researchers. That will actually safeguard your studies. Is it clear?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, good.
Faiz, I can see you have another question. You still want to ask the first question you mentioned in the phone, in the chat room. Okay. I think he asked already. All right.
Yeah, I saw another
yeah,
question.
yeah,
Yeah,
you read the question.
Evi, itu which is
Yeah,
piecemeal publication. Yeah,
yeah,
what is a
small
piecemeal
package.
publication? Yeah, it's actually piecemeal publication is actually something that is referred as salami publishing. You know, where you divide your research finding into smaller parts. I think, frankly speaking, it does. I mean, it can be done, salami spicy, but then again at the end of the day it will goes back to the general reviewer and editor where they can actually see whether what you are presenting in your paper has implications to the academia and also to the practitioners, and definitely the objective must be broad enough to be able to be discussed thoroughly in one single paper. I've seen cases. I mean, I've seen cases where actually right now editor are much. I mean, they are knowledgeable and they can see mostly from quantitative research that salami sizing is happening. So usually they will just reject it. But because recently there is an emerging trend of qualitative research. You know, qualitative research where you do in-depth interview, FGD, and most of the time the insights from the informer is very broad, very rich, and yeah, there is no way for you to compress everything into one paper. So yeah, there's a possibility for qualitative research where actually you can report it based on research objective. But then again, in salami slicing, what is the main concern is that you are actually reporting a mere findings, a very minimal finding that actually maybe doesn't add any new knowledge to the body of knowledge. So as long as what you are reporting in your paper have significant insights, it should be okay. But at the end of the day, salami slicing is not a good practice for researcher. That will be my what's it, my practices to be suggested to young researchers. Yep. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Prof. Hafiz. There is also one participant, Anna Isabella. Do you want to ask question?
Sir, I have a question.
Yeah. Please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hafiz. Thank you for the insights.
Yeah.
I'm Anna from Timor-Leste.
Wow.
Actually, this is the fourth day I assist the online courses, and this is a wonderful opportunity to join. And then actually, I have a lot of questions, but I will make it simply to one. I have keep this question for a long time, but I just have the question to ask you directly, since you are expert in this method. So I will just directly ask you. Before I ask you the question, I just want to make a short simulation. For example, like researcher A and his or her team already published their paper in a journal. And then me as the second researcher, I found it interesting. And then I'm going to continue I'm going to continue the research in different topic or theme. but I really need to use his data. So according to you, but normally, some data cannot be published in the paper, right? So what do you think if I I I I use their data for my different I use the data, but I will come up with a different topic. Is it according to you? I already break the rules for the publication or some ethics. I already break that one or not? Thank you very much, sir. I hope you can give me some insight about that one.
Yeah. Thank you, Anna. Okay. I would like to quote back my final thoughts. Yeah. I would say that ethical issues are rarely black and white. I mean, there's a gray area on that particular thing. So I need some information from you, Anna. First, what type of studies are you doing?
Sorry, sir.
What type of study you are doing? The one that you
Just say
publish.
it's a qualitative analysis, thematic analysis, sir.
Okay. So, do you get consent from the informant for data collection and publication?
No.
Okay, I have no problem with that. I mean, I do believe that for a country like Timor-Leste, they are going to improve their research ethics practices. Yeah, tidak
Sure.
ada masalah itu. Don't worry. You need to understand research ethics. It goes back on the rate. There are two aspect of research ethics. The ruling and the practices. Maknanya kamu mungkin rulingnya kamu tidak buat kerana kamu tidak ada ruling. Belum ada lagi dia punya guidelines yang practice by your university. Tapi practice itu mesti di follow because as a researcher you need to practice research ethics. Okay, tidak mengapa. Tapi kalau ditanya saya, right now what you're going to do, you have published paper. Okay, mungkin you fokus kepada satu aspect of study. Now you want to do the same, they use the same kita panggil apa itu verbatim ya, interview itu. You want to process it back, come up based on different research objective, betul?
Yes.
Yeah. So frankly speaking, there is no problem because eventually in terms of practice, you actually approach the informant. You actually, you inform them what you're going to do. You already inform that their response will be recorded. Their response will be processed, analyzed, and will be shared and published. Isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So at that point, because the qualitative data is rich, meaning that you found that, actually, I can actually come up with another findings that can be published.
Yes.
So frankly speaking, I don't see any problem with that because the data that you have allow you to publish another interesting finding, as long as it doesn't actually it is dissimilar between the first paper and second paper. It talks about two different things, meaning that with these two paper, it actually enrich the knowledge of your research areas. Shouldn't be an issue. But again, Anna, I think the reason why Universitas Brawijaya having this session is to improve our understanding about research ethics practices, but at the same time for the universities administrator to ensure that they create a proper guideline where everyone within that particular that are affiliated with that organization or institution follow that particular guideline. So perhaps you can be the person that actually propose to the administrator and to be the person who champion research ethics in your university. Inshallah. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Anna.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abis.
Okay, good. Is there any more questions? Or if you are too shy to open your mic, you may write down in the chat column. Is there any more question? There is a comments from Pai Chao Huang. Thank you for the clarification. I think this one is today's topic is very interesting, Prof. Because some university actually doesn't have the guideline for the ethic guideline. Although in Brawijaya already we have the ethic guidelines only, those are who perform the research on human and patients. All right. Is there any more question? Okay, I think. Oh, there's one person. Ariane Grace. Do you want to open your mic?
Hi, hello.
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 So, thank you so much, Doc, for your presentation. It's a very good one, and I learned a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I can't open my video, but I'm Arin from the Philippines.
Okay.
Yeah. I just want to ask, because this is my question for a long time. What if someone is asking your full paper as reference for writing, like for the graduate students, because they want to have references and how they're going to write their paper, and your paper is not yet published? Is it to give it? Is it okay to give it or not? And if not, what's the best way to answer them?
Okay. Yeah. First of all, I think it happened in many universities, and in many cases, somehow there will be conflicts between the first party and the second party, especially when most of the time they will just scoop what interesting write up that you have. So what can I say is that in order to respond to that request, it is unwise. It is unwise. It is not practical to actually refer to unpublished research, unpublished article. If you want to actually write papers, I always tell my students that the best teacher to teach you how to write is not me. It's not the research method researcher. The best teacher to teach you how to write good paper is the paper itself. The paper that has been published in top journals within your area. Because when you read that paper has gone through many revision, has been enhanced in terms of the quality, and actually you can see how these journals are the preferred way of writing by these journals, specific journals. So I always call the Bible. The article is your Bible. You need always you can always refer to the paper, how on what to write, how to write, and how to jump from one paragraph to another paragraph, one section to another section. What are the standard write up for methodology, and how to report findings in terms of qualitative and quantitative. So if you ask me personally, my response to this request will be, either I ask them to just go and Google good papers from this journal, or I just share them some papers that are recently published for them to refer. This is actually one thing that I would like to highlight. In order to make sure that you are doing things, in order for you to making a good paper, you need to start reading latest paper, recent paper. And when we talk about recent paper, we are talking about paper that are published in the year 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024. If you are reading papers from the year 2000, it's already 24 years old. So what has been argued, what has been, what has been highlighted, the problem, the gaps, is not relevant. Yeah. So if you look back, reading latest papers, reading from papers being published by top journals would allow you to get a lot of significant inputs and definitely improve you as a researcher. And most of the time for my final year project students, FYP students, what I did is that I asked them to adapt studies that are published in top journals, recent journals. So they adapt the study setting, the study methodology, they adapt the study instrument, and that actually allowed them to produce a much impactful studies, and at the same time offer them ability to share their finding or publishing their finding in good journals. I'm not saying high impact journals, because high impact journals rarely publish adapted papers, but good journals used to publish papers that actually adapt a certain instrument, but then looking at different research setting or areas. So that actually could be my suggestion to you. Yeah. So and the best part about these papers are they are well written. They have gone through proofreading and copy editing. So meaning that what you are referring is as good as what you can get. Yeah, that will be my feedbacks to you, Arya.
Thank you very much for that.
All right, there is another question. It seems like everybody are interested in your topic. Lord John Mamala, you want to open
Yeah,
your
Lord
mic
John.
to ask a question?
Good afternoon, sir. I am also from the Philippines. So I just want to ask a question. I just want to clarify because I get confused from my teacher. Um, our teacher said that we should the journals that we already I that already been published a decade ago a decades or a decades ago, we should not use it for a citation. Is it true, sir? Is it true that we should not use it, or we could that's I mean, is it true that we should not cite that journal because it's been 10 years ago? That's all, sir.
Yeah, that's actually just a good question. And the reason because I said it good because I just share it with FIA students in UUB this morning. Yes, definitely. When you look on research, you are going to use a lot of strong statements. You know, like there is limited studies, there are there are limited understanding, there are unclear justification on why this thing happened. And when you have strong statement, you need to support with citation. And if you're saying that there is limited studies, but you are citing papers coming from 1990s, 1980s, it's already 20, 30, 40 years ago. So is it true that there is limited studies? So citing recent article, I mean, beside reading recent article, you need to cite recent article. In fact, I mean, this is my practice with my research students and research group, where I will ask them to only cite 5 years papers in their report. But then again, this 5 years citing games is not applicable for all studies, especially when you are referring to certain models or underpinning theories that has been developed many years ago. So if you are actually citing models like service quality, which is published in 1975, the UTAU, which is Unified Theory of Technology Acceptance and Usage, yeah, by Ventakish in 2003. So yeah, there are reasons why you cite older citation, because they are the original author of that particular model, steps, methodology, justification. But if you are talking about issues, problem, gaps, justification on the study motivation, the setting of the study, why choose Philippines as compared to Malaysia or what, it must come from recent citation. Yeah, and by citing recent research, when readers read through your paper, they can actually see that what you are highlighting is recent, yeah, and is legit, and perhaps causing them to cite your paper to justify their future research work. That will be my point of view, my 2 cents to you, John. I do agree with your supervisor or your researcher, but again, citing recent research is good, but also citing the right researcher is also very important, because at the end of the day, when you are doing research, you need to acknowledge, or you need to know who is the prominent researcher within your study setting. That actually makes your study much valuable, and it reflects an image saying that you are actually a good researcher, you are a good writer, and that it will perhaps allow the editor to consider your paper for publications. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Fro.
All right. I think our time is up. I know that some of you may have a question, but we need to move on to the next session. Thank you very much, Prof. Hafiz. It's very excellent topic you have delivered to us, and hopefully it will be very beneficial for us and we can implement in our institutions, whether we create good guidelines for ethic research. Thank you very much once again. Assalamualaikum. And we will move on to the next session. But before, we would like to have a short break. And for me, this is the end of our session. Thank you very much for your attention. We hope to see you again next year. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good afternoon, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon in Indonesia and good morning in the other parts of the world. Back again with me, Aulia Lukman Aziz, as your humble moderator, and we will continue the last 3 sessions of the whole course with me, and it will be Dr. Johan Jang, our good friend from elsewhere, who will serve as the speaker for the last 3 sessions. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think the last 3 sessions here is also important. We will discuss first, after this, about avoiding predatory publishing, yeah, and then we will talk later about communicating research after publication, and also research data management. So why don't we go to the first topic of the last 3 sessions? We will talk and discuss about avoiding predatory publishing. As you know that out there, there is a term predatory for publishers and journals which are suspected to do something that is not supposed to be as publication services or publication business. So how we, as the author of scientific articles, will avoid such journals? How do we know that a certain journal is predatory and the other one is not predatory? So we have to really understand the criteria so that we can choose journals which is not predatory. All right, so Johan will explain to you about this issue. And so I'm inviting Johan to come on screen. Okay, he's already here. Hello, Johan. Okay, so this is the last 3 sessions. All time is yours. But in each session, we will still have question and answer session. Yeah, so we will have some time before we go to the next session. Okay, Johan, now we go to the issue on predatory publishing. Please, time is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So good afternoon, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for still being here for the last 3 sessions. Yes. Of course, this session, I think it's very critical. Everybody may be already aware that we do have a big problem out there, and it's called predatory publishing. Yeah, and it's our responsibility as well as authors to try as the best as we can to avoid predatory publishing. So just so let me share my screen. Yeah. Okay. Now, avoiding predatory publication. Now, like it or not, we are living in a situation where we are faced with multiple unethical practices, not from authors' point of view, but more from journals, yeah, more from publishers that are not that are irresponsible, of course, unethical, that's for sure, which then create one of the main challenges in modern academic publishing, and that is unethical publishers, right? So what is predatory publication in this case? Yeah, we try to define it as entities that prioritize self-interest over scholarship, over science. Yeah. To put it simple, these are entities that prioritize business over science. Yeah. We know that as academic publishers, still publisher is a business, right? It is still a business. It is still a commercial entity. Elsevier is a commercial entity, and other publishers, when it's a private commercial, of course, we are still a business. But if you look at the way academic publishing industry works, those that are good in publishing, we prioritize science over business. That is the most important thing that we uphold. That is the most important value. We do not want to prioritize business over science because we completely understand how dangerous it is when we use this, when we publish anything without doing a proper peer review. We understand how important it is to ensure that science can be trusted. So that is the principle of good, for any good publishers. But the problem is we are faced with situation in which publishing academic journals, publishing articles now becomes such a huge business, which then create interest for businessmen out there to create entities that prioritize business over science. They don't care about scientific procedures. They don't care about ethical practices, lack of transparency. They do anything in the name of business to make sure that they are very profitable, yeah, but they don't really care about what happened with science. So that is, of course, something that we completely against. Now, the main objective of predatory publishing is to earn money. That's it. Nothing to do with science. Yeah, so they don't care whether you publish something correct or not. There's a scientific evidence or not. And then, yeah, reliability of published scientific articles is not important, and the subject is not important at all. They don't even care whether you publish in the right journal, whether, let's say, if you publish engineering, you publish in agriculture, they will still accept the paper. Yeah, and the business model is based on the publish or perish philosophies of universities, meaning that we all know that in universities, yeah, faculty members, even students, they are being targeted to publish academic paper. And that is fine. Yeah, there is no issue on that, but it becomes a problem when the system itself is created to really push faculty members and students focusing on number of publication. So when we really focus on number, we don't really care about impact, then of course it creates an opportunity, a huge opportunity for publishers to target countries, to target institutions with the focus of increasing only the number of publication without really thinking about the impact of publication. This become the main target for predatory publishers. Now, the target group, yeah, for predatory publishers, they are usually consist of scientists that needs a very quick publication. Yeah, they have a very tight deadline they have to fulfill. Whether they have sufficient or materials or not, it doesn't matter as long as they can fulfill the target. So the journal is made very attractive for rapid publication. You can be less than 2 weeks. Yeah, you submit today, maybe in the next 2-3 days, you already got accepted. That is a very common method for predatory publishing. APC can be very high. Yeah, so yeah, they can even create like a huge discount, yeah, for the APC. So they can increase the price. They can play around with the price. The point is, it needs to be so attractive that it makes us as researchers cannot resist, yeah, to, let's say, pay only a bit or pay half the amount of money for the sake of quick publication process. Now, our stance on predatory publishing is very clear, that we are against predatory publishing. It's very damaging for scientific community. So what our stance, what the Scopus stance, is that we does not index fake, clone, and predatory journals. Yeah, so we make sure that every single journals that wants to be indexed by Scopus, they have to have a very high standard. Now, the problem that we are facing, to be honest, if you ask me, the Scopus have predatory journals? Yes. Yeah, but the problem that we are facing, the challenge that we are facing is when a journal wants to get indexed by Scopus, they will not do unethical behaviors. They will make sure that they are professional. They're very professional. They don't do unethical behaviors, nothing weird happening with the journal management. Everything will be perfect. Why? Because we will assess. The Scopus team under the Content Selection and Advisory Board, or CSAB, will then assess the quality of each journal. So of course, when you will get assessed, you will do your best to make sure that we are following the criteria set by Scopus. Then after that, once they get accepted, then it becomes a problem. Because once a journal gets accepted into Scopus, then it will be much easier to get papers. Yeah. It will be much easier when you promote your journals and people see that, okay, you are already indexed by Scopus, yeah, you are not that expensive, you're open access and not that expensive. Let's go ahead and publish in your, let's go ahead and try to publish in your journal. Then the business mind start to kick in. Yeah, meaning that usually it's let's say 2-3 months ago, it's very difficult to get paper. Now you can get hundreds of paper lining up once to get published by you. Now that becomes a problem because some of the management of the journal now completely change. Yeah. The way they manage their journal before indexed by Scopus and after indexed by Scopus is completely different. Yeah. They then do lots of unethical practices. And that creates a problem because later on, authors will report these journals back to Scopus and say, you have to take a look at this journal. They are doing unethical practices. And because of that, then we will investigate and we will discontinue if we do find that the journal is actually conducting predatory behavior. Yeah, so that's what we are doing. It's not just Scopus. Yeah, Web of Science also doing the same thing. So we are working. Actually, we are all like working together to make sure that we safeguard science. We make sure that these journals, they really apply ethical principles. Okay. So before I show you how to see whether a journal is predatory or not, I need to share how not to know whether a journal is fake, clone, and predatory. Yeah. So our main recommendation is not to use BLS. Maybe some of you heard about it before, or maybe some of you never heard about this. So basically, this is a website. Yeah. So this is a website created by Jeffrey Bell, which showcase publishers and journals which he thinks is predatory. Yeah. And then you can see the list. You can see the list of publishers. You can see the list of journals and so on. The problem is we cannot use we cannot use this type of website, not just BLS, other websites as well, because they don't have the authority to say whether a journal is predatory or not. Yeah. It cannot be somebody's opinion, just based on somebody's opinion, to say that, okay, this is predatory. Yeah. Well, and then if you look at some of these websites, including like BLS, they actually put a disclaimer, that this is just a potential predatory journal. Because the reason why they put the wording, this is just potential, the list of potential predatory journal, is because they also realize that they cannot say this is predatory. So everybody in the world believe in that, but they are not the one that can make that decision. So the decision whether a journal is predatory or not, needs to come from the indexing services like Scopus and Web of Science. So we need to investigate. We need to have a thorough investigation before we can say a journal is predatory. Imagine if you own a journal, and then somehow there's your competitor, your quote-unquote competitor, say to Scopus, send a message to Scopus team and say, this journal is predatory. You have to delist them. You have to discontinue them. And then if we just immediately believe in whatever people report to us without a proper investigation, that is also not correct, right? We need time. We need to really address this issue and see if, yes, whether this journal is, yes, it's predatory, or actually this is just a false report. So that's something that behind the scene, we have to do it. And we invest a lot of time, a lot of resources to make sure that journals that stays in Scopus, those are journals that are not predatory. Those that we discontinue, can be because they are predatory. Okay, so what are some of the important indicators when we want to catch fake, clone, predatory journals? So number one will be to use scopus.com. Yeah, let's go back to scopus.com and check the total number of documents and citation, meaning check the site score. Yeah, I've shared with you before that we do have site score. It's available for free. Now, what is important is check the citation and documents. A good journal will have more citation than documents. If you found out that the, let's say, citation received by the journal is only 1,000, but then total number of documents, let's say 100,000, then it's a very low quality journal. Yeah, we can then ask questions of how come this journal, yeah, able to publish, yeah, hundreds, thousands of articles, but only receive around 1,000 citation. That's one of the indicator. Is it the only indicator? Of course not. Yeah, of course we need to check more. Yeah. Another thing that we have to check is the list of articles they publish. Yeah. So for this, yeah, for list of articles, journals will predatory journals, they will publish any articles even though these articles are out of their aim and scope. Yeah. So let's say this is a journal about water resources. Yeah. And it will the aim of this journal is to, sorry, the aim and scope of this journal is about water resource systems. Yeah, so imagine if somebody from education want to publish here and they accept, that is clearly predatory. I'm not saying that this journal is predatory. This journal is not predatory. Yeah, this journal publish water resources. But if you find a journal that just accept whatever subject area, then we have to question the journal. Yeah, it's different with a multidisciplines journal. Yeah, so if you find a multidisciplines journal, yes, they can publish any subjects area. But if you find a journal in certain subject area, but publishing those outside of the area, then of course they can be considered as predatory in nature. Yeah, so I found, I just got a report like a month or 2 months ago from one of my friends, and he's asking me, okay, I got accepted into this journal. It's a Q3 journal, I believe. Yeah, but then he also questioned this journal, which I will not name, because the journal itself, it's about the geography, and his research, it's about education. So my first question is, are you doing research about, I don't know, geographic education or something? Say, no, I'm doing leadership and education. So it has nothing to do with this journal in geography. Then of course, I check the journal and look at the list of articles. That is the 1 volume before, sorry, 2 volumes before they publish geography, all geography articles, which is, of course, it's fine. But then the last volume, they start to publish random articles. Yeah, they start to publish education, agriculture, whatever articles. Which then I say, okay, forget about it. Do not publish in this journal. They will get discontinued. And yes, next month they get discontinued. Of course, that is not a correct way of managing a journal. Okay, next we need to check and notice their APC practices, their article publishing charge. So the golden rule is a journal, yeah, they cannot ask APC payment before the article is being reviewed, and even during the review process. They can only ask for APC at the end. So there's no such thing as installment or pay at advance or fast track publication. That is, those are unethical practices. Yeah. APC can only be paid at the end. It is to ensure that there is an objective process, there is an objective peer review process. Yeah. Another practice is this type of journal like to give great discount. It doesn't mean that journal cannot give you discount. They can give discount for APC. It's their right to provide this, to give discount. But then, if let's say, yeah, their APC is 1,000 USD, and then you ask, okay, can I get a discount? Yeah, I don't want to pay 1,000 USD. Yeah, and then notice some predatory journals can give you huge discount without reason. So they can suddenly say, okay, how much can you pay? What about 300 USD? Are you okay with 300? If you're okay, then pay 300. We're good. Yeah, we're good to go. Yeah. So that is another practice that we have to be careful. Yeah, because it's way too big of a discount. Usually they can either give you 10%, or if they are okay, they can even give you for free. Yeah. So that's another practice that we find. Some of these journals, they like to give huge discount. Yeah. Now, after review practices, this is something that we are very, right now, to be honest, it's really bad for researchers, yeah, because of this new practice. So this practice, we figured this out about a year ago. Yeah, what happened is a journal can be very ethical in the peer review process. No APC payment in the beginning. The time for peer review, the time for the peer review is also makes sense. It's not like 2 weeks done. It takes months. Yeah, like 4 or 5 months for your paper to be reviewed. So the whole process seems okay. Nothing weird happening during the whole peer review. But then we figure out that this journal at the end of the process, this journal asks for APC payment. Yeah. And then the researcher, because he feels that, okay, yeah, everything feels okay, nothing wrong, nothing weird happening, he said, I'll pay for the APC. I'll pay for the APC, then my article will get published. But then after that, they then ask, okay, you already pay, yeah, this is the proof of payment, you already pay for the APC, we will publish your article, but we need one more thing. You have to do proofreading. Now, there's nothing wrong with proofreading. Okay, there's nothing wrong with proofreading. It's very common for us to do it. But then the problem is the journal asks the author, you can only use proofread service from us, from the journal exclusively. If you use proofread service from outside of the journal, then we cannot publish your article. And the cost for the proofread is very expensive. It's like 3, 4 times the price of average proofread service. Now, that is also unethical practices. And that is predatory in nature, because journal can ask for proofread service, that's fine, but journal cannot say exclusive only for this journal, you have to use this proofread, unless that proofread is free. Yeah, but if it's exclusive, then there is something wrong. Yeah, what it means is that they cut down the APC costs, but they put the cost to proofread, and they make proofread exclusive proofread as a must, or else your article cannot be published. Again, this is a very unfortunate situation. Yeah. Now, check the publishing practices section. In a good journal, they will have multiple rules, multiple regulations, yeah, in how they treat publishing research article. For instance, a good journal will ask you, you need to provide the role of your funding sources. You need to provide, let's say, potential reviewers. If, let's say, authors, they have dispute, this is how we are going to solve it. Yeah. If, let's say, we find out that there is unethical practices, yeah, from the outer side, then this is what we are going to do. So they have a lot of regulations. They know what they have to do in multiple situations. Now, that's a sign of a good journal. Yeah. If you find a journal website without, there's no such thing as ethical practices from the journal side, then we have to question them. Yeah. What happened if, let's say, my co-author suddenly say, I am not responsible for this research. I never done this research. Yeah. What will the journal do in that case? Yeah. If, let's say, my co-author suddenly say, okay, take out my name. I never joined this research before. Yeah. And then I have proof. Yeah. There's no communication before. There's no email before, and so on. That I give you the evidence. Then what will the journal do? Will the journal retract the paper? Yeah. And then will the journal be the middleman to solve this problem? What? Yeah, what are the steps that the journal will take? So that is the part of publishing practices. Yeah. Okay. Now the turnaround time should make sense, meaning that yes, an article will take weeks, months before it gets published. It will take maybe even 1 year plus. Yeah. So if you find a journal that have a guaranteed publication, yeah, I can publish your article within a week, within 2 weeks or so. Forget about the journal. It doesn't make sense at all. Yeah, because it's way too fast. Yeah, they need time to find reviewers. You need time to do your review yourself, right? Everybody needs time to do their part. So if that journal can do it in days, in 1-2 weeks, it's way too fast. Yeah, it's unreasonable, and we can question the practice. Yeah. Next, we need to check the contact details and also the editorial team. Yeah. So for instance, if you find a journal, yeah, like for if you find a journal, go to the editorial section, find the editor team, copy paste the name in scopus.com. See if that person still exists. If that person real, if that person exists, yeah. And if you copy and paste the name to, let's say, your internet web browser, see if that person really is a faculty member, yeah, or that person really exists. This person has profile, let's say in the university website, yeah, or social media and so on, yeah, to make sure that this person exists, and second, this person is really the expert. Yeah, a good journal editor and the team will put their name, their profile, everything online, so people can trust that they do exist and they belong to this university. Yeah, some cases that we found is that the editor team never exists. Either they only mention the name, this person doesn't exist, or this person is actually never agreed to be part of the editor team. So that's something that we ourselves as author, if we do have a suspicion, then we have to check the editorial team. Yeah. Now, if the journal is international journal, there are a lot of these types of journal. They will call themselves international journal, global journal of something. Then we have to check their articles, the list of articles, right? Check the list of articles, skim through. If they are international journals, they are not supposed to publish only from certain countries. Yeah. Let's say you find International Journal of ABC. Then you open the list of articles and you find that, okay, this journal seems like only publishing from Indonesia, Malaysia, and Philippines, only 3 countries. Then it should raise an alarm from our side. Yeah, they cannot be international journal, but 80% of their papers only coming from 3 countries. Doesn't make sense. They have to have enough representation from all across the globe if they are international journal. But there's also another way to see this. Let's say you find Asian Journal of something. Yeah, let's say Asia Journal of ABC. If it's Asia, then they're supposed to publish only from Asia. Yeah. If you find out that, wait a minute, this is an Asia journal, but why 80% of the papers that they publish, yeah, coming from Africa, coming from Europe? Yeah. Then you can question the journal. This is Asia journal. This is not a journal for Europe, yeah, for Africa and so on. Yeah. So we just need to make sure that what they put in the title match with the articles that they publish. Of course, we don't have to go through one by one. Yeah, you can skim through and have a feeling on, if you want to spend more time, that's good, to have an understanding of articles that they publish. Now, the name of the publisher should be clearly stated. Yeah, if it's published by Elsevier, of course, the Elsevier name needs to be there. Yeah, so we need to make sure that they are not shy to say that I am this journal published by this publisher. Yeah, that needs to be clearly stated. Yeah, I don't know why some journals, if you are predatory, they like to hide the publisher's name. Yeah, maybe I don't know, they're ashamed of it, or maybe they have a bad track record. Yeah, so if they are good publishers, they will show that this journal belongs to this publisher. Yeah. Okay. Now, if the journal is also part of a large publisher, yeah, you can check the publisher's website. For instance, the Lancet is part of Elsevier. So whether you check in the Lancet website, you will see that the Lancet will then link to Elsevier, and then you will see in Elsevier it will link to the Lancet. So it's fine. Yeah, it can work both ways. Yeah, let's say you go to journal ABC, which belongs to publisher A. If you check the website of journal ABC, it will link to publishers A. And then if you check in the publishers A website, it will link to journal ABC. Yeah, it's a very simple thing. Yeah, we can easily check this in a couple of minutes. Yeah, to make sure that they really belong in the they are really part of that publisher. Yeah. So yes, I think that's some recommendations. Those are some tips. Yeah, to how you can search, you can evaluate whether a journal is predatory. In the end, what I will say is, like it or not, yeah, we are fighting this predatory publication, yeah, every single day from Elsevier point of view. We dedicate a lot of resources to make sure that the quality of journals, yeah, especially in Scopus, they are at the highest quality possible. Yeah. But then I think this is a very, just a simple message. We can't do this alone, meaning that we also rely on authors. So if you find any journals that are predatory in nature, you have the evidence, yeah, you can screenshot this evidence, report to us, and we will investigate. There are lots and lots of researchers already doing this. Yeah, they report based on evidence, of course. Yeah, there's a screenshot, there's an evidence, just to make sure that we work together, yeah, to as best as we can eliminate predatory publication. Yeah, because in the end, we want science to grow, and for that, we need good journals. Yeah, we need good publication outlet that follow through ethical publication standards. Yeah. So yeah, I think that's the message I also want to say. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that's it. Any questions and inquiries, feel free to ask. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Johan. These are very insightful knowledge for academics, yeah. So you have to be aware of the predatory publisher. Yeah, Johan mentioned some criteria for checking whether a certain journal is predatory or not. Yeah, for instance, you should check or compare the number of citation and the documents. Yeah, a good journal usually has more citation rather than the number of the documents. And then you need to check the articles, whether there are some articles who are out of the aim and scope of the journal itself. Yeah, and also about the ABC, you have to be aware that when should we pay for the ABC? Is it before the publication or after? Usually, a good journal is after the publication. Yeah, after you get accepted by the reviewers and the editors. If you choose the open access journals, then the ABC will come at the end of the publication process. But if it is coming at the start of the publication process, then most probably that is not a journal, but it is a fast food service like a McD or PSC, in which you have to pay first before you eat, right? and and also you have to be aware of the duration of the process. So I have to say that this is a quite bad news for academics, that if you receive an acceptance news from a certain journal within only a few days or a few weeks, then most probably that journal is predatory or clone or fake. Yeah, so a good journal will takes more time, yeah, for publication process. If I'm not mistaken, the reviewing process itself can take between 3 to 6 months. It's not accepted yet. Yeah, it's just a review process. Yeah. All right. So before we go to the next session, is there any question from the audience about predatory publisher or journals? Or do you have any experience on seeing this journal and you cannot see the difference with the other journal and you fall into their traps? Okay, I have Lord John Mamala wants to ask question, please.
Good
Deliver your question.
afternoon. Good afternoon, sir. I just want to know what topic of research could possibly we can encounter that that the that problem of at that research topic. I mean the how
Okay.
the avoidance of it. The what do we call the topic again? I forgot. How do I
Okay.
how do we of how I mean what type of topic um we of research we mostly encounter the predatory publications.
Oh, yeah, I see. So which fields or subjects that usually falls into the holes of the trap of the predatory publishers? What's
Yes,
your experience, Johan?
everything, everything, any subject areas, whether you're from natural science, social science, it doesn't. Uh, Predatory journals can be anywhere, any subject. They don't care as long as for them, yeah, it's good money. Yeah, it's a short-term profit. If they can get it, if they can quote unquote run away from Scopus for a couple of months and they can get as high profit as possible, they'll do it, whatever topics. And imagine, okay, I'm not trying to say that social science is not important, but imagine if this is medicine, health science, right? Health science is very dangerous if there is no peer review process. Imagine if somebody, let's say a doctor, a researchers, also the researchers, say that I already find a cure for this disease. And then I want to publish my paper in a journal. And then I find a journal, and then I get published in only, let's say, 1 month. But this journal is predatory. Imagine if people read that journal and believe, people have to believe, people trust science for sure, right? And people trust this research, but this research is not yet peer reviewed. It can be very dangerous for people. You can play with people's life in this case. Yeah, so we have to be very, very against predatory journals.
Okay, yeah. So it can be any fields, any subjects, any disciplines can be the source of creating such a clone or fake or predatory journals. Yeah. Okay, so you must be very careful, Lord John. If you see a journal, you have to
Thank you very
check
much.
the criteria
Thank you.
that is mentioned by Johan and see if it is safe or not safe. Yeah. Okay. Okay, we go to the direct question first. Anna Isabella, you want to ask a question?
Yes. Good afternoon. From
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Okay, so Mr. Zhang, actually, I already assist the class several times, but sometimes I'm out of the network. Maybe the network in our country is not really good. But actually, I have a question that I really want to ask here about the scopus itself, about the publication and etc. Today we just talk about the predatory journal, and then I just try to ask you the question. Actually, the journal that not belong to predatory journal that are already registered in Elsevier, uh, what the journal find the most here? What I'm trying to ask you is about the criteria, whether that is the language of the article that we write. They make the most correction for that one, of any other, of they have any other requirements beside that one. Because sometimes when I read the published article in Elsevier, they a little bit use something like the academic words that really high. So I really want to know about that one. Because sometimes maybe that will cause our article will not pass the editorial boards, something like that. That's why I just want to confirm it directly with you. Thank you.
Okay, sure, ma'am. So what I understand is on what sort of articles that Elsevier Journal is looking for. I believe that will be the questions, right, ma'am? So
Sure.
yeah.
Actually, that's my point.
Yes, okay, thank you. So language is part of it, but it's not the main part. It's actually even not in the top 10 part of what we are looking for. The language part needs to be understandable, that's for sure. Yeah, but editors will understand if you are coming from non-English speaking countries, they don't expect you to have perfect English. You will make some mistakes here and there, as long as it's understandable, because later on, of course, they most probably will ask you for proofreading. Yeah, so that's fine, because the most important for them is the impact, the potential impact, the novelty of your finding. Yeah, and later on how it can impact the development of science in your field. That is the most important that they are looking for. If you can wait, it looks like an elevator pitch. Let's say if I'm a reviewer or an editor of a journal, and then I ask researcher, right? Okay, what research are you working on? Okay, so in very short time, let's say in 2 minutes, you have to be able to explain to me, like, I'm doing research on this. This is my finding. This finding is useful because it can help with the development of this. Yeah. And it can of this, yeah, because I'm using this method, blah blah blah. That's it. Yeah. That is what I'm looking for, and every Elsevier journals will also look for them. Yeah, I need to know in a very short time what are you doing, what kind of research, why it matters, and how it can impact science. Yeah. Later on, yes, we can discuss about language. We can discuss about some typos, yeah, here and there. Yeah, that's part of it, but more important, way more important is the content.
Thank you very much, Mr. John, for the answer.
Yeah, welcome.
Yes, Annette, you wanna say something again? No, okay. Right, okay, thank you, Anna, for the question. Yeah, actually, all of the things that we have discussed in the last 4 days is the things that you need to prepare, yeah, for our article. Yeah, not only the language, but also the content, especially. Yeah, starting from the very first topic on last Monday about the research gap, finding research gaps, and then how you structure the article and then the title and so on. Yeah, the references, the method that you use, and how you deliver your idea in a good language. Yeah, but as for the high academic language that you use in your article, actually that is not the main criteria or requirement. Yeah, actually, I myself got language editing service, and we had a native speaker editor. Yeah, and he once said that it's actually you can just a daily language in your article. You don't have to use the highly language or academic language in which only a few people in the world that can understand your dictions and your sentences. Instead, you just use the usual language, daily language. It's preferable. Yeah, and I think that will make the job of the reviewers easy, because they have to read so many papers, right? If you give them a highly academic language, they will get confused and dizzy, and they will need aspirin, and and they won't read your papers instead. Yeah. Okay. That's an additional for me. All right, we go to the question from Faiz Suprihan, written question. Is it possible for a predatory journal to even have a good site score? What do you think, John?
Yes. Yes, but not for a long time. Because number is just numbers, right? As
Not for a
mentioned to you
long time,
before.
yeah.
Yes. Quantitative is one thing, but again, we have to check. Yeah, if the journal is, yeah, they have a good high site score, but the citation coming from unethical behavior from the journal, then it even it's Q1, if it's a predatory, it still will be discontinued. Yeah.
Okay. Right, thank you. Next question from Kamaldin Abdul Salam Babatunde. If a journal carries the title of, for example, Asian Journal of Agriculture, does this mean that African or European cannot publish article in that journal? What is your opinion? I have the same question.
Yeah, not necessarily. We have to really read the aim and scope. If it's Asian Journal of Agriculture, but then, yeah, what if the case is, let's say somebody, a researcher from Europe, do research in Asia, and it's about agriculture, but this researcher is from Europe. So the question is, if the object is Asia, a country in Asia, but the researcher is coming from Europe, will you accept that? So that's something that the journal need to answer. Yeah, if the journal say it's fine, the most important is not where the researcher is coming from. It's more towards the object of the research. Then it's fine. As long as it's stated in the aim and scope, we can accept that. Yeah.
Okay, and I think you can go check the description of the journal, yeah, on their website.
Yeah.
And if you are not sure with the description, then you can simply send an email to the editor-in-chief of the editorial boards, yeah, asking if you have this kind of title, will you accept in the sense that you will review my articles, yeah, before rejection. And yeah, I think the geographical title in journal is usually confusing. Yeah, it can indicate that only Asian people or academics they can send papers here, or the subject should be Asian land or agriculture. You can come from any other region and continent, but the subject should be Asian, for example, like or Chinese. Yeah, and also it also indicate that, well, this journal belongs to us. We are Asian, but all of you welcome to send paper. It can indicate three things actually. So we have to check the description, right? Yeah. And we can just send an email. Yeah. Don't forget that behind the journal, there are people who manage the journal. Yeah. So you can just ask them. Yeah. No worries. Don't be afraid. They won't eat you. And now we get a question from AGM Kenya. I just want to ask how often a good and clean journal releases a volume in a year. Is it reliable to say if they releases at least volume per year, they are not predatory or not? What do you think?
No, volume is not really the key aspect in determining whether a journal is predatory or not. Some journals, it really depends on their management. Some journals can have a very strong, large number of people managing them. They can publish on monthly basis. It's very possible. The most important is their consistency. If they start, if they say that we are going to publish every month, and they do it every month without missing a single volume, they can prove that we have a large number of editorial team, journal team. They can still get citation, and it's fine. We will not say that they are predatory. If the journal say we can only publish twice a year, then that's also fine, as long as they do it consistently. What is wrong is that they say that we are going to publish only twice per year, but in reality, they keep on adding more and more volumes. But if we ask for, okay, how you are able to do this, but there's no answer, then that's the question. Are you expanding your team? Are you hiring more people? Yeah, that's something that a journal needs to answer.
All right, yeah. And even some of the journals, I think also from Elsevier in health sciences, in life sciences, publish more than 12 issues
Yes.
a year. It can
Yeah.
up to 20 or even 24, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because yeah, if like Elsevier, some journals can they have a huge office, a lot of people working, and of course they do have people to manage the journal.
Right, right. Okay. Right, thank you. Now the last question from this session from my good friend, Dr. Candidate Arif. Many years ago, I had experience with predatory journal. My article was published in predatory journal. In that time, I have no idea about predatory journal. Oh, you have not known Johan yet. Can I still mention the article as my published article in my CV? It's a little bit shameful, but I think the content was good and some people has already cited.
Yeah.
What is your advice?
Yeah, if it's honest mistake because we don't know about this, I say go for it. It's fine because it's not your mistake. You don't publish in predatory journal, with purpose. That's not your purpose, yeah, unless that is exactly your objective. Yeah. So we know it by ourselves, meaning that if I really don't know what is predatory journal 5 years ago, and I already published, and now that journal is predatory, it's an honest mistake. Yeah, simply because I don't know. But if I purposely, yeah, publish in predatory, and I know exactly that this journal is predatory, I still go ahead for it, and then it get discontinued, then I still mention it in my CV. I don't think that's a good way to establish our career as a researcher. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the advice. Right. Now, I think we should close this session and move to the next session. Johan, do you need some time to break?
5 minutes is okay. Yeah.
All right. Okay. We will have a short break for 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. I'll see you again in the next 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we go back in to the second session before the end of the whole short course. All right, so we will go to the next topic, which is about research data management. And well, this topic is also important. Yeah, you have, when you do a research, you have so many data, and you, in some way, you have to manage data so it can be useful for your current research or for your future research. Yeah, I think Johan will tell us how to manage our research data. Yeah, I believe this is not just as simple as save your data in a certain drive, but it's more than that. Okay, before that, we have a question from Orun Bon. Okay, I think I'll keep the question for the question and answer session, yeah, for this session. Now we go first to the presentation by Johan. Time is yours.
Yes, okay. So yeah, welcome back again. Thank you so much for still being here. Now, for the last two sessions, first one, we're going to take a look at research data management, and the last one will be communicating research after publication. I think previously you've heard a couple of sessions also, not specifically talking about research data management, but it's part of multiple, but it's mentioned in multiple sessions. Which actually indicates that this is a real topic that people, real and trending topic that people talking about, researchers all over the world need to try to understand better on how to have a good understanding on research data. So let me start sharing my screen and let's discuss more about this. Yeah. Okay. So let me go here. Yeah. This is research data management, coming from Elsevier point of view as a publishers. Now, what we want to say first and foremost is that when we publish a research, we are not just publishing the article itself. There's also data that needs to be prepared, yeah, so that this data can be useful. Either you publish with data later on, or if, let's say, editor asking you about the data that you have, you can also mention this to the editors. You can say you can provide the evidence that this is the data. Yeah. So why then we have to keep the data and then even publish with our data? Number one, it allows other researchers to verify the results. If you truly do your research your own, there's no, you don't have to hide the data. In fact, you have to show the data. So later on, when another researchers want to do similar research like you, these researchers can take a look at your data and then not to copy paste, that's for sure, but try to understand where the data's they're coming from. Yeah, try to understand how you do your survey, your research questions, yeah, and other method in doing your research. Yeah, that's number one. Number two, it can be built upon, yeah, for the work in the future. So if somebody wants to do similar research with you, once he or she find your data, get your data, and then can have can build inspiration for the next research based on the data, or can add on top of your data. Yeah, so it's also good for scientific community. Yeah, it can increase impact of research. We have seen publications with data actually can have higher number of citations. Again, it's not a guarantee, but yeah, because you provide data, people trust your research more and they want to build upon your research because the data is already there. Yeah, and they can build upon from that. Yeah, improve quality of publishable research output. Yeah, people, if readers, they want to really look into the data, they want to understand what's happening behind the scene, they can read the data and they can trust your research. It increases the quality of your research. Now, it improves the educational experience, yeah, enhance research-led teaching, meaning that if researcher / faculty members want to use your research as a reading material for students, they will be gladly use your research paper because it fills with the data. So they can tell the students that this is the method of this for this research. This is the data. You can look at the connection between the method and the data. It helps the educational process. It increases your reputation because if you really do your research your own, you have a good data, there's nothing wrong, there's no issue whatsoever for you to share the data. Yeah. And there's a possibility you can get additional publication. I'll share with you more about data in brief later on. But one publication, you can also publish your data set as another publication. Yeah, that's possible with this data in brief. I'll share with you later. Now, publishing data leads to reproducibility. This is a very common, hopefully you know about this. Well, it simply means that somebody else, other researchers can replicate your study, yeah, not copy paste, yeah, but can replicate, can be inspired by your study. So it increases the reproducibility of research. This is very important. Don't look at it from the side of, oh, my research is being copy paste, or my research is making people get inspiration, and I don't want that to happen. Yeah, because in the end, what is more important is for science to grow. Yeah. If a researcher can get inspired by your research and do another research, it actually adds to our understanding about that particular topic, and that is way more important. Yeah, so we cannot be selfish with a mind that with an understanding that this is me sharing information and I don't want people to know. I want to keep it to myself. That is not how research should be. A researcher should be open, yeah, to people reproducing, yeah, our previous study, yeah. And then now for data to work, yeah, for research with data to work, yeah, and for publishers like Elsevier to also be able to trust data set, yeah, of a research, we need to apply or implement what we call as FAIR data principles. So FAIR stands for findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. So let me share what it means. Yeah. Number one, data needs to be findable. Yeah, data should be easy to find and discover by us. Yeah, by us as human, by search engine. Yeah, it's easy to use use certain keyword. Yeah, to search tools to find our data. That's number one. So if, let's say, a researcher asks you, can you share your research data? I want to replicate your research, but in this way. Okay. And then if you say, okay, you can find my data, but it's here. But the problem is you log the data. It's very difficult to get it. Yeah, it's not properly put with keywords that people can easily find. Then it's actually not findable. Yeah, so we don't want that. Number two, it should be accessible. Yeah, accessible means that it should be okay for other people to use your data. Of course, they cannot copy paste it. That's why it mentioned with appropriate and with clear usage condition. Yeah, and also with consideration of privacy and security of the data, especially if we are talking about data in medicine. Yeah, data consisting of human. There's a maybe experiments going on. Yeah, that it should be kept in private, and also there needs to be a very clear understanding on how to use your data in the future. Yeah, so that's something that we have to be careful. Yeah, I think a couple of months ago, there's one university shared this concern with me, and it's about research data management. Yeah. The concern is it's a very valid concern, and this is more for well, social scientists. So the concern from the university is, what we don't have university policy yet on how to properly label data. Yeah. So a researcher can do interview. Let's say a student. The student conduct interview with a company, yeah, with a certain person in a company, in a large company, and then the student did make sure that the name of that person, yeah, is not real name. It's not using real name. Yeah. So the student mentioned that the name of this person is ABC, and we are fine. Yeah. Now this paper is then get published. Yeah, get published in a journal. The problem is we found out that this student create the interview record, create the transcript of the interview, but in the transcript of the interview, you can see the name and the name of the employee plus the name of the institution. And then another problem is this data is now out there, is now in the data repository. Yeah, we just realized about this, and then we asked the alumni to take it down. Yeah, because it's going to be very dangerous. And maybe this is over exaggerating, but what happens if that is a very sensitive information? Yeah, so that's why, yes, it needs to be accessible, but we have to be careful with the content of the data. Okay, and then interoperable, it means that we need to use common standard and formats. If for instance, yeah, there's no like simple format like Excel file, Word file, PDF. Yeah, make it easy for people to open your data. Yeah, and then reusable. Yeah, reusable means that yes, people can use your data with proper licensing, with proper mention to you as the original owner of the data. Yeah, with proper documentation. This is the original version. This is the new version built upon previous data. So that's something that we also encourage. Yeah. So yeah, for this FAIR principles, yeah, this is something that we as a publishers, yeah, we want this to happen, and we hope that authors also do the same. Okay. Now, where to store your data? Yeah. So imagine you have your research, you have your survey results, or maybe your interview transcript, and so on. Now, where to store it? So imagine you publish in a journal, and then this journal asks you, okay, this is accepted. You will get published in 3 weeks' time, and so on. All clear, yeah, all done. And this is not predatory journal, yeah. And then the editor asks you, okay, now can you store your data? Yeah. Can you put your data somewhere so people can find it? Now, for that, you need to find data repository. Yeah, maybe this is not really common for many early career researchers, but there are so many data repository out there. I can easily tell you like Mendeley, for instance, that can be also data repository. Yeah. And yeah, if you just type academic data repository in your web search engine, then you will find lots and lots of lists of data repository. Yeah. So when you choose data repository, you need to consider subject area strengths, meaning that sometimes you will find data repository dedicated for certain subject area, let's say in medicine or in engineering and so on. Then you have to consider the sharing capabilities. Can you share, if you put your data there, you upload your data in that website, can you share this with others? Do they have like URL or link that can easily be shared? Yeah, because later on, after you submit, you publish your data in that data repository, sometimes the journal editor will ask you, just copy and paste the URL to your data. Yeah, meaning you have to make sure that the website has the sharing capabilities. Now, also take a look at storage limits and time span, because maybe in the future you will create more research and you need the same data repository to host other data that you have. And then reputation, of course, you can ask around, you can ask your professors, yeah, whether this data repository can be trusted. And then allow for versioning. Versioning means that if, let's say, you have a set of data and then you update it, then the data repository can give you option to upload newer data with version. Yeah. And then visualizer. Visualizer is an add-on, meaning that if you find data repository with a feature to visualize your data, to show it in a very nice way, then that will be a bonus. Yeah. Okay. Now, okay, before this, yeah, I just like to share, maybe because some of you not really familiar, most data repositories for free, yeah, most. So you can use their website. Most of them, maybe you have to pay, yeah, after you use certain amount of storage. Yeah, this is a very common model for a website. Some of them require you to pay in advance, meaning that you pay before you use it. Yeah, that's also possible. But anyway, the most important thing would be that for users, yeah, if you have to pay for that data repository, the most important thing is users, they shouldn't pay. Yeah, because we need that fair principles to apply. Okay. Now, since we do have limited time, so let me go to this last part for research data. And this is about publishing in data in brief. So in Elsevier, we have a special, we can call it a special exclusive journal for data. It's called Data in Brief. Now, Data in Brief is a name of a journal. It's an open access journal. It's peer reviewed, yeah, but it's peer reviewed for your data. Yeah. So this is a new, not a new journal, but this is a journal dedicated for that. So your data can be not just submitted, but can be published. Yeah. So imagine you have a research and your research have data. You publish your research as a research article, right? And then you have your data set. Now your data set can also be published. Yeah. So it's part of scholarly output. Yeah. And then this data set is also peer reviewed. It's not just you publish, yeah, without any peer review as usual. Still peer review, still go through usual peer review process. We welcome all fields, yeah, from any fields, fine. And the good thing is also Scopus index, which means that with one research, you have one article, one output in the form of article, and another output in form of data. Yeah. So you can do direct submission, yeah, your data, standalone data, or it can be co-submission. Yeah, it will not be part of salami slicing for sure, because you're actually publishing two different things. Yeah. So later on in your profile, in your researcher profile, you will see two outputs already. One is in form of article, the other one is in form of data. Yeah. So take a look at this. You can go to sciencedirect.com, type data in brief. You can learn about it first. If you're interested, then we welcome you to also publish this. It has a very good potential to increase the visibility of your paper. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I think that's a quick share of research data management. Any questions and inquiries, feel free to ask. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Johan. Again, this is something that might be quite new to some of us, if not all, in which our data can also be used for our publication. Yeah, as you mentioned, the last in the journals specialized to publish the data. Yeah, by Elsevier. And I think this is a mean of we doing good to other people or other fellow researcher, yeah, in which we can share our data in a certain data repository, and that the data can be also used by other researchers, yeah, in their context, yeah. That means that we are sharing our resources to our fellow researchers. This is something that I often say to my thesis supervisee, that in doing examination, you should not cheat, but in doing research, you should cheat because you have to take a look at the example from the previous research, and also from this session, we learned about the previous data that is published by other researchers, and you can use this data to complete your research and create something new. Yeah. All right. Is there any question about this, ladies and gentlemen, about data management? Okay. Oh, before that, I promised to read the question from Auron Bon, still about the journal. Yeah. Why 6 months or more before feedback from some journal editors? Must it take time like that? What are the factors responsible for? Oh, he questions why 6 months. It's too long for him. Yeah. What happens in 6 months? Are they going to vacation or?
Oh, no. Okay. Yes. Well, in principle, every journal editors wants the process to be quick. Yeah. No journal editors wants to make an article stay in the inbox for 6 months, 8 months, a year, and so on. Right. That's in principle. But in reality, to be honest, it's difficult to find good reviewers. That's number one. Yeah. Reviewers sometimes, yeah, they can be very proactive, which is good, but sometimes they can be very reactive and very slow in responding to articles. Yeah, that can be another reason. Also, there's a possibility that the authors require more time to do revision. Yeah, let's say the editor and reviewers ask, okay, can you do this revision and come back in 2 weeks? But then maybe you have something you have to do. Yeah, so you ask for more time. That can even make the timeline even longer. Yeah, so that could be one of another reason. But I would say that the main reason usually, yeah, reviewers. Yeah, number two is usually some back and forth between authors and editors. And another reasons, yeah, could be that there's so many papers waiting to get reviewed. Yeah, so you have to get in line. You submit today doesn't mean that tomorrow they will read your paper. There's a possibility that your paper will be read in the next month, yeah, next 2 months, because there's so many papers right now queuing to get published. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I hope any academics can understand, yeah, the process, the mechanism behind the the reviewing process. Yeah. Okay, now question about data management from Dr. Shinwei. Data in brief appears not to accept that data set in form Likert scale. Can you throw more on the criteria for accepting data? Is that true,
Yes.
Johan?
I have to check because I don't. Okay, first, I'm not the editor of the journal, so I have to check. But if you want to know more in detail, you can go here. This is the link. That's the data in brief journal. Yeah. Then you can read all the criteria. I think one of the important criteria which they highlight clearly in the about section is they only accept articles. They only accept data set in which the article already accepted. So that's very clear. Yeah. So you cannot publish data before article. Article first, then data will follow. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, actually, it's connected with the question. The next question from Kamaldin. Can you show us an example of article published and the data also published separately? I think it's better for us to show our audience, yeah, an example of article from data in brief.
Yeah, sure. I can share my screen. Yeah. So this is the journal, data in brief. Yeah. And yeah, you can read more about this journal and so on. This is the journal inside. Yeah. It's very quick. It's actually quite fast. It's 850 for the APC. This is pure gold open access. Yeah. And if you want to read the type of article, it's here. And this is open access, so it means that you can go ahead and see the article. The data article yourself. So let's say I don't know, this one. Yeah.
Yeah, let's
So,
write one article. Let's
yeah,
open one article.
so this is data article, as you can see, right? And then it looks quite similar to to research article, but it focus only um, on mentioning the data. So if I go to view PDF, maybe it will be much clearer here. Yeah, so this is it. Yeah, still have abstract, a little bit of introduction, but then you explain value of the data, the background, what is this data, description of the data. Yeah, it's very descriptive in nature. Yeah, this is how you treat the data, what you do with it. Yeah, and that's it. Yeah, much shorter, only 6 pages. Yeah, I don't think it's like 5,000 words. Yeah, but the point of publishing data in your data is to describe the data itself, why it matters, and what you do with the data, and what are the results. That's it. It's that's
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, this is a new type of article that we found, during our 4 days session. Yeah, I think the previous session have not mentioned about this. So now you can add one of new type of article, to be published in a scientific journal. That is your data set. Yeah. Wow, this is very amazing. Yeah, Elsevier previously published articles. Now they publish data. Do you have any journals that publish Facebook status, perhaps, so that I can get Scopus index?
Yeah.
I have so many Facebook status, and you have journal specialized on that, and it's Scopus index. I will be so happy. Okay, just kidding. All right, thank you. Now come up a question from Faiz. Yeah, he asked the same question, but he's more serious than me. Yeah. What about journals specialized on literature reviews?
Not yet. Not yet. Yeah, but some journals still do accept
I will
literature
create one
review.
then.
Yeah.
What about a journal specialized on references?
Or what? Sorry. No.
Specialized on references only.
Not yet. Maybe that's a good idea.
Don't steal my idea. All right. Thank you. Is there any more question about
that should be bibliography. Bibliometric.
Yeah. Journal about bibliometrics.
Yes, journal of bibliometrics.
Not yet. Now you're requesting so many types of articles. Yeah. Specialized journal on only titles, only abstracts. Make it different parts. Gray literature. Okay. All right. All right. If there is no more question on this, we shall continue to the last topic of our session today. Do you need some more time to break, Sean?
No need. It's fine. We can continue. Yeah.
Okay. All right. If it is fine with you and all the participants, then we can continue to our last topic of this short course, in which we will discuss about communicating research after publication. So the research is done, the article is written, get accepted, it's now published. Now, what should we do after the publication? Do we sleep and go to some vacational places or not? Okay, Johan, please give us some insights.
Sure. Okay, this is a for me, very critical topic, because let me open with this statement here. So most scientists already felt that they were doing their jobs by pursuing their research and publishing it. We feel that as a researcher, our job ends when we able to publish our research, either standalone or with data, right? We feel that, okay, my job is done. Yeah, I don't care what happened to my research after it gets published. If it gets cited, good. If not, so be it. Well, that's the reality that right now there are a lot of researchers that feels that way. Yeah, my job is to do research. It's not, and then get it published, and done. I'm moving on to the next one. Well, in fact, that shouldn't be the case. Yeah, in the research workflow. So in Elsevier, we do have a a research workflow, which start from idea, from a simple idea. It does not end with publishing. After we get our research published, there's another thing that we have to do, and that is more towards promoting it. Maybe not so much on promoting it, but more on increasing its visibility. That's another job from which it may not be very difficult, but still it is part of what we have to do as research. This is important because I've heard so many times, from faculty members, from even society in general, from even government officials, that questions, why would a researcher spend so many hours, energy, time, even money, if they have to pay APC and all, to publish in an academic journal, but then there's nothing happen after that. It seems like we are just throwing money to publishers and then nothing good come out of it. And that is very unfortunate comments because, as researchers, we also need to take part in increasing the visibility of our articles. We need to be like the marketer for our own article. And institution-wise, also need to help researchers to increase the visibility of their articles. So there needs to be, we can call it like a marketing department, marketing function, to increase that awareness. That I already published this article. You can go ahead, you can read it, and this is the support from my institution to increase that visibility. This is a missing part in so many institutions and so many researchers, which feels that my job ends when I'm able to publish. Now, sharing and promoting your article is still an important part of research. Now, in terms of fostering the exchange of scientific information in your field and allowing your paper to contribute to wider scientific progress. So again, the point is not for us to get famous. That's not the point. The point is for that article to be read by a lot of people, hopefully get cited, and then potential collaboration and all will come. And it's good not just for us, but also for institution and also for the country, and for science for sure. Now, in addition, when we are able to communicate our research after publication, it increases, you are more visible in your field. People will start to know you. You don't have to be Taylor Swift famous, but people start to notice, okay, you are quite an expert already in this field, and you publish more and more and more documents for that field. Next, it also helps you to get more citation. And then it enables you to have stronger reputation. It promotes your research for sure, and it moves you forward in your career. Because again, there are so many opportunities that can arise when you're able to communicate all the good thing about your publication. Now, when we talk about sharing articles, there are many ways you can do this. I'll share you some of the tips that we have, and later I'll share with you. Institutions can also help you with this. So number one should be conference. So if you happen to have an opportunity to talk in conference, conference can also be useful for research that already published. Not just for research that's about to get published. But conferences for research that already published can be a good way for researchers to share within your own community. I rarely find this, to be honest. I rarely find a conference, academic conference, for research that's already published. Mostly is for research that's about to get published. But there is no harm in doing this, to increase that visibility. Some universities that I communicate with, and I know some of these professors and all, when I throw out these ideas, Yeah, it excites them. It excites them because yes, that's very logical. Yeah, we cannot just sit and wait for our paper, yeah, to get citations and all. We also need to do something. So why not create a conference which people can share published articles, right? That's one. Classroom teaching is a very simple tips. Yeah, use your own article for your own classroom teaching. Yeah, if you are a lecturer in, let's say, economics, of course you should publish economics, then use that for your own classroom teaching, rather than stick with the same textbook that you've used for many years. You can provide input. Yeah, you can use journal articles that you publish your own, plus maybe other journal articles, yeah, to showcase this is the development of scientific of science in our field. Yeah, and if possible, you can use that for internal training at your own institution. Next is if you have personal website or blog or your own social media. It's very simple. Yeah, I think right now it's no-brainer. People can easily do this, especially if it's open access, right? If it's not, you can share the link. That's also fine. Yeah, but it's a simple way. Yeah, share this in your personal website, blog, your social media. Goal open access will be perfect. You can share the PDF. If not, we share the link. Another way is to use your institutional repository. Yeah. For this, of course, if it's open access, you can easily do this. If it's not open access, same as before, you can share the metadata, but then the link needs to go to the publisher. So for institutional repository, you can ask your institution, do we have IR? Yeah, do we have institutional repository which can be accessed internally, yeah, by other lecturers plus by students? Yeah. So in that way, people can access the metadata or the full text. And then subject or non-commercial repository. There are many websites out there which provide you with opportunity to share your PDF, share your research. Yeah. And this can be in a more like a social media format. Yeah, I will not mention names, but maybe some of you know. Yeah, like RG, yeah, or websites start with ACA. Yeah, there's so many websites out there that specifically targeting researchers. Yeah, so researchers can then publish their paper over there, and it's fine. Yeah, but again, for this, if it's under subscription model, you do have to ask your the publisher if this is allowed. Yeah, and we also have scholarly collaboration network. I don't know if you're familiar with with some of this network out there. Yeah, like we have ISSN. Yeah, and then there are so many other specific networks in your field. So try, I don't remember every website. So try to find these networks, yeah, within your field and see if there is any opportunity for you to share your research. Yeah, let's say if you search in the web and from let's say for engineering, and you found out that, oh, there's actually a community of engineering researchers. There's a website. Go open that website, look at how you can use that website, yeah, to share your articles or to share your expertise. It's more also to build your personal branding as a researcher. Yeah. And lastly, you can use your Scopus profile. We make it available for free. So there is nothing wrong with sharing that Scopus profile, but to also help you increase the visibility of yourself and of course your article. Yeah. And last, I want to show you how institution can also help with this part. Yeah. For institution, I've been in touch with so many institutions across, especially in Southeast Asia. And lots of institutions, yeah, they do need to, I would say they do need to step up in terms of helping their researchers increase the visibility. Yeah. Right now, if we look at lots and lots of websites from institution, they do highlight student achievement, they do highlight the institutional achievement, and that is perfectly fine. And if you go to the research office web part of the website, or the research part of the website, that's when it's very lacking in terms of promoting, yeah, successful research, promoting published research. Yeah. So I've talked with quite a lot of the director from research office, and quite a lot do acknowledge that yes, we have lots and lots of support to make sure that researchers can write. But one thing that we are lacking is to help them increase the visibility. Yeah, and that should be part of the equation in helping that institutions to grow. Yeah, in helping researchers to increase their visibility. Now, some of them, which I talked to, they start to see this as important. They start to pinpoint some researchers which they think, okay, your research is good. They have a lot of citations, or your research is very good, even though it's very new. Yeah, let's promote it. Let's make podcasts. Let's go and talk with our student body and see if we can put you in their YouTube channel and all. Yeah, let's make this happen. Yeah, because that is also part of the process in ensuring that our research can be useful for everyone. Yeah. For me, let me share with you. Okay. So this is a paid service. I'm not selling anything here, but this is a good example. This is from India. And they use our service to help them to make this website. It's from Manipal Academy of Higher Education in India. This is
Excuse me. Can you mute Rizalin? Rizalin Mendoza? Hello?
Yeah, okay. Yes, sorry. Yeah, so this is an example. Yeah, so this is from India, Manipal Academy of Higher Education. There are also some in Indonesia, but I think let's use another country as a sample. So this is how the university works with us. This is called Pure. It's a research information management system. Basically, this is a website to showcase the researchers and then research units and all. Yeah. So this one, in this website, you can see the collaborations, the impact to SDG and all. So quickly show you, yeah. If I go to profile, then I'll be able to see all the lecturers, all the faculty members, yeah, coming from this university. Yeah, I can filter, I can do based on subject area and all. Yeah. So then if I click on one of the researcher, yeah, randomly, you will see that this is the profile, yeah, where this researcher is from, and the ORCID ID, the phone number, email, website, yeah, everything is here. Personal profile, research interests, yeah, and then all the output from this researcher, not just Scopus index, yeah, it can be other indexation as well. If you are from Indonesia, it's possible to put Sinta as well, and other indexation. Yeah, this is something that we are working together, yeah, so that this one page over here can be used by the researchers to be the profile, yeah, and to link every single research. So later on, when these researchers, let's say, join a conference or have a meeting with someone new, then this is the profile that can be shared. Yeah. So I don't say that every institution should be exactly like this, but my point is there is also a need for institution to support researchers so they can do something similar like this. Yeah, it helps them to it helps researchers to have that help from institution to increase visibility. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Last again, I would say that don't stop with publishing. but plan ahead for how you want to increase your visibility from your side as a researcher and from institution side. Work together because that will be the last part for you to then see the impact of your publication later on. Thank you.
All right, wonderful insight, Johan. So yeah, I agree with your explanation that after we publish our articles, we should not stop there. Yeah, we have to, in some way, we have to introduce our works because people won't go or won't find our works by themselves, but we have to introduce our works to them. Yeah, in Indonesian context, usually some of our fellow researchers share the links to their newly published articles in WhatsApp group or in the status of their Facebook or Twitter or X right now or Instagram. Yeah, that's one way to introduce our works to the world. And also, we can use some kind of other providers, to publish our works. And I think that's a good example, from Indian University. It's very complex. It's like Scopus, The font is very similar, right? It's like Elsevier's fonts, I think that's wonderful, I think if you work in certain university, you have to create a kind of academic profile like that, in the website of your university. All right. So for this topic, is there any people who would like to comment or suggest or ask on regarding this topic? Publishing your research. All right. Thank you. All I read here is some compliments, to Johan, wonderful, and in conclusion, don't stop with publishing by Johan, and also Nigerian universities promote researchers' output through OER. What is that, Dr. Chinwe? Can you explain more about that? Perhaps it can be a lesson for all of us. Dr. Chinwe, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. I'm just trying to get the full meaning of OER, but it's a kind of open resource management. It's just like what Dr. just shared with us now. So they create a website and they encourage all the faculty members to submit their published articles, and it's being promoted like that. So you just have something like this, and it's being approved by the council, the Management Council of Nigerian Universities. It is there in Nigerian universities. Thank you. I just want to share that.
Thank you for sharing, Dr. Chinwe. I think it's good. All of us wants to promote our works, and universities should also help their researchers and lecturers, to promote themselves into others. And that will open more collaboration potentials and possibilities with other fellow researchers in the world. All right, and the last one. Oh, Johan, we got invitation from the Philippines, from Professor Sally Jarin. I'm sure he'd be happy to come there with Johan. I will take Johan with me, and I will come to your university.
I'll
It's
be in
really very
Philippines.
amazing. I'm so amazed at this because now I know what to do with my research. That is our irony, publication. That is most of the teachers, not only students at the graduate school. That is our Waterloo. But now I know what to do with them already, and I guess it's better to invite the both of you.
I'll be in Manila
Thank you
next
so
month.
much. Thank you.
Yes. I'll be here.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Sally. We're waiting for your invitation, and also to other countries as well. No problem. We will go there and come to see your universities as long as you invite me. All right. Okay, one last question from Randy. What is the potential of viral marketing through social media? Is this related to scientific publication?
Well, honestly, I also do my one of the main topic for me, my research interest is social media. honestly, it's difficult, yeah, for scientific articles to be viral unless
Yes.
somehow you can
Yeah.
turn your research to be very popular and very
Right.
Gen Z style. It doesn't mean it's impossible, but
Right.
it requires hard work. But then again, the point is not to be Taylor Swift, but the point is to increase that visibility within our community. Yeah.
Yeah. If I may give an example, our unit at the Universitas Brawijaya International Office, yeah, we are creating a special magazine to promotes the research results of our lecturers and professors, which are published in Scopus. So only articles published in Scopus that we include in this magazine, and it's called Bright. It's not. Yeah, it's called as Bright, and this is a collection of articles published in Scopus, but not in the real or original form of the article. Of course, it will not be readable, yeah, to majority of people. We transform the articles, yeah, the highly academic language into a more popular forms, and we collect it in this magazine. It will also serve as a publication or branding for our university. That's just example. Thank you. Okay, so Johan, that concludes this session and also this whole course. Thank you so much for being with us in the last 2 days. Yeah, I hope to see you again in the next event, and I hope you are just healthy and fit and full of spirit to distribute this knowledge to other people. Thank you, Johan.
Thank you, everyone. Yeah.
Okay, so now everyone, before I officially close this section, this whole course, I would like to invite my supervisor, Dr. Didi Hartono, MPD, as the Director of International Office, Universitas Brawijaya, who will give a closing remark for this online short course. I invite Dr. Didi. Time is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aulia Lukman Aziz. It's a great honor and distinct privilege for us to hold this important occasion, this summer very short course. And thank you again to Jang Johan as the speaker. Very lovely presentation, also fruitful discussion. That's I love it. Yeah. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am really happy, everyone here, that this short course program has come to its end. Yeah. Of course, I'm not really happy because I'm sad because I have to be separated with you guys. And I'm happy because our team and I have accomplished this program well since last Monday. And over the last 4 days, I believe each one of you has already learned the several essential skills in writing and also publication. And I believe that you have also learned how to find research gaps and then how to compose an attractive title and abstract and structuring your manuscript. Also, I believe that you have also used your artificial intelligence tools to help you review literature and some other skills in managing paper submission in journals presented by our partner from Elsevier. Thank you very much again. And then during this course, there might be things you feel uncomfortable that you may experience during attending the course. We have read your feedbacks on this event, and you have made beneficial suggestions for us in the future. Thank you very much for that. And then some of you make a complaint of the short time for question and discussion sessions, and some other complaint of the lack of audio quality from a few speakers. Please, ladies and gentlemen, believe me, we have tried our best to deliver to you guys the best online event in your life. But, however, since at the same time, we also split our concentration on other works, yeah, and some different projects, and we do hope that this will not reduce your spirit and interest in joining this event and other events in the future held by Brawijaya University, especially with Dr. Aulia Lukman Aziz. Therefore, on behalf of Brawijaya University or Universitas Brawijaya, I would like to thank to the speakers and Elsevier again for working with this event together. Also, thank to my team at International Office, to especially to Dr. Aulia Lukman Aziz, and of course all the lovely participants here. And as mentioned over and over during the program, we do invite everyone here to collaborate with us, with Universitas Brawijaya. Contact us if you have any ideas on staff exchange, yeah, lecturer exchange, faculty exchange, or student exchange, and other forms of academic collaboration. And also, it has been informed that our university is calling for everyone to continue to pursue your further studying through our full scholarship program. Please refer to our website, the Universitas Brawijaya website, to learn more about that, and we are ready to welcome you all here. Once again, thank you very much. Hope to see you in the near future. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, everyone. Bye-bye.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Lidi, for the wonderful closing
Thank you so
remarks.
much.
And this
Bye.
will really ends the course. See you again in the next event. Yeah. Stay tuned with us. Bye-bye. Have a nice day.
Bye.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Terima kasih.
Thank you.
Jaya.
Terima kasih. Selamat.
Bye everyone.
Thank you.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi. Thank you from Nigeria.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you
sir.
so much. I'm Ali from Nigeria. I'm calling in Kenya.
From Nigeria.